Okay, I think I am live. Let me turn down the music a little bit and we'll get going soon. Okay, music. Let's turn it down. I'm not sure if you're hearing it. I'm definitely hearing it. And turn our background music on. I think that's about right. Okay, and then let me tell the Discord crew that I am online. So pardon me for just a moment as I perform this ritual notification. Oh, chill. It's been a wild week. I had some interesting news to share, some interesting thoughts to share. I have to find a way of automating this process of me telling the Discord I'm online. Let's see. And stream ping. Am online now. Hi Rain. Hi Rain. Good to see you. Am on camera now. Camera now. Got some interesting topics for today. Some surprising ones, actually. I think that should be it. Yeah. Okay. Because I think Tablet Kitten is going to join us, and Cube might join us. He wanted me to do some testing of Open Tablet Driver. Let me fix this hoodie. It's a little bit weirdly packed on me. Okay, and let me get my my Red Bull. You know, every week I have a conversation with my dietitian about Red Bull. I just try to assure her I'm not drinking this 24/7. Okay, let me need to go fetch something. I'll be right back. So let me. There we go. I am back. I'm going to turn up my own volume a little bit. Okay. So let me tell you what I have. First of all, I'm dressed casual Fridays. This is going to be an informal stream. Just lots of little things I wanted to touch upon. A few updates, and somewhere here I have my notes, so let me find them, and I'll talk to you about what the agenda is for today. Before I get to the actual agenda, I have a little, well, I don't want to call it a surprise, but we're going to take a brief pause before we get to the real tablet topics. And we're going to discuss a topic I don't normally bring up on this channel. Let's see. Okay, I'll list for you the agenda. We have a special topic to start off with, which is about life. And it'll take just a few minutes. I'm going to share some thoughts about something. And then I'm going to talk about the Intuos Pro 2025. Hey, Nick, good to see you. I'm just reading out the list of topics. Testing of tablets can replace wood in a fireplace. Maybe. So yeah, first topic is a special life topic, which won't take long. It's just not a thing I normally talk about on this channel, but it deserves a little bit of your attention. I hope you'll realize that there is some value in doing this. Second topic, well, the rest of the topics are not in order. I'm going to talk about the Intuos Pro 2025 because now I've had it for a couple of months. And, when I first started, I was like, well, maybe it felt a bit weird to me, but I'm going to talk about how that's turned out, okay? And what I feel, your thoughts about a tablet will evolve as you use it. Same with the Pro Pen 3, actually. So let me note that down as part of Pro Pen 3. Yeah, I'll talk to them. Moving pad. We're going to talk about the moving pad. I've been using it more, and I think I have made a kind of I have achieved an understanding with the moving pad and what it means for me and other people. So I think that's interesting, okay, to share. Going to talk about a little bit of my experience using it, especially with regard to Clip Studio Paint, because there's something that I found that you should probably know about. While we're on the moving pad, I want to talk about, let's see, what's the moving pad? We might look at Tio's video comparing EMR pens, because that was an interesting video. These are UD EMR pens he compares. Then there's the, I hope I pronounced this correctly, the, excuse me, Huawei M Pencil Pro. This doesn't look like something we'll be able to get in the United States, but some really interesting things about this new pen device. I mean, really interesting. And you know how rare it is we get interesting news about digital pens, right? And digital pen technology. Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 and the new S Pen. We're going to talk about that. I have some questions for you as well, right? I'm gonna say I got a little. Sorry, there's a little bit of a. Yeah, I'm up in the air about getting the Samsung Tab S11. I'm going to talk about a buying tip, which is called using how to do comparisons between tablets with Notebook LM. Okay, so we're going to see. Again, you can't trust AI for everything, but I think a lot of you who are shopping, the natural question: how does this tablet compare to this? At least for the specs, you can see some things, right? We're gonna do, I got an exciting new device, which is not technically related to tablets, but it's gonna be so useful. It's a cable tester. It's a USB-C cable tester, okay? Oh, Nick, I don't have the Wacom remote thing. And the reason I don't is because I've used the Sense Labs one, which is very similar. And I just don't like having to look at those remotes. I prefer the Tourbox since I don't have to look at it. I can just by touch know what's going on. Let's see, and then so we're going to test some cables. We're going to talk about Rebel 8. There's been an update. We're going to talk a little bit about cable adapters and extenders, which is a topic that comes up every now and then. We'll take a look at some September and August updates for Magma. There's been a few updates. We'll just go over that. And then, of course, if there's something you want to cover, then please suggest it either in the Discord, which I'm looking at, or in the chat, and we'll talk about it. Okay, and let me just I'm about to talk about the special topic. So I'll just do a quick memoriam. Okay, so I just told people about the special topic, so they know what it's about on the Discord. I don't want to sound too mysterious. It's just that I want to see if Cube is going to join in, because it's related to him, actually, this special topic, and maybe a few others. So let's just give it a minute, and where's my Red Bull? Oh, here we go. You'll find out. Okay, so let's just give it a minute and get people to collect a little bit and get on the chat, because it is I think it's important to get some people who are sort of involved to see and maybe share a thought or a memory, if they want to. And okay. So what is the life event? First of all, it has nothing to do with me specifically. I'm totally fine. But this week, I have a little bit of news, a little bit of sorrowful news to share, regrettably. And it has to deal with a young man who passed away rather apparently unexpectedly. I'm not sure exactly what happened, whether it was an accident or something, but it was quite unexpected and a surprise to people. And this young man's name was James. And I don't know, we were not close friends, so I'm not trying to imply a deep relationship where we were buddies or something, what there wasn't. I did interact with him a few times. He was a developer on Open Tablet Driver and well known in that community. And I saw him very active developing on Open Tablet Driver and also very active in helping people use Open Tablet Driver, right? And this week, people on one of these Discord servers have been sharing memories of James. Even people who, had friction with him shared memories. And one thing is constant in the memories they share is his passion for Open Tablet Driver and how active he was and how much help he was to others. And again, young man, and speaking as a little bit older person, you love to see that kind of passion in young people. And it's extremely sad when, a young person passes away because there's a lifetime of potential that is now, that branch of the multiverse is cut off, so to speak. And that is deeply sad, right? And so that's what I wanted to start the stream with, is just to share a little bit about James, mention his name. I don't know his last name, but I'm going to just show you his Discord profile, if I can get this going correctly, just so you can see a little bit. Let's see, how do I do this? I believe it is this. Okay. Tell me if it's working for you. There we go. This is James. This is his Discord profile. He just passed away, I think, on Monday or Tuesday. And so it's, James BT 365. In my head, I always thought, because it says BT, in my mind, I would always think of him as James Bluetooth for some reason, because BT. But his PFP or avatar was this moth girl. And in fact, on the Discord, if you're on the Discord, you may have noticed I changed my PFP from another anime character to James's PFP in honor of James, right? So before I talk for it, let's just do a moment of silence. I'm just for 5 seconds, just to remember James and all the people he loved and his family, and keep them, send out our best wishes to them. So I'm just gonna stay silent for a few seconds and close my eyes, and that'll be our memory of James. Okay? Okay, that was it. That was our moment of silence. So James, if you're out there, obviously many people miss you. And, I was inspired by your dedication you showed for the Open Tablet Driver community myself. And I wish I'd gotten to know you better. Okay? So you will be missed, sir. Okay, now we get back to the tablet topics. So I hope that wasn't a little too dark for you. But I wanted people to know James. I wanted people to hear his name called out, right? Otherwise, you'd have to be an Open Tablet Driver person to maybe know. And I just wanted to spread his name a little further, okay? Okay, so next, let's start with our tablet topics. And I see we have a comment from Oh, no, I already answered that one. Okay, let me get some more Red Bull. My problem with Red Bull is I just have it all in one day. I buy 4 cans, I drink it one day, and then I don't have Red Bull for the rest of the week. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to my topics here. What do we want to start off with? Oh, we have some comments. Cube is there. Oh, certainly welcome. James deserves it, I thought. Right? Cube, so many people shared their memories on the Moth Cord. I just, for some reason, I didn't feel like I'd put it in words, but I felt that if I was just doing it live, I'd be able to summon something to say, and it would feel more natural for me as well. So that's why I want to do that. Let's see. By the way, if you're wondering, BTR's initials. Okay, I didn't know. I always just said James Bluetooth 365. That was... No, totally understand. Right? Not everyone feels comfortable sharing their name. Right? Even I don't. I just go by 7 here. Right? Yeah. It makes sense. Totally understand that. JH says, new XP pen. Are you asking me, JH, if there's a new tablet? We have heard it's been a dearth of news about tablets, which I hope will change by the time we get to, the holiday season. And Cube, what I'll do is I will try to clip the memoriam and save it somewhere. I'll because I realize my audience and the Moth Cord audience may not overlap much. So I'll save the clip. At least people can, watch it if they want to. I'll put it in the Memoriam channel. And so, yeah, tonight's episode is dedicated to James. It's in honor of James. That is what's going on. Okay. Okay, what do we want to start with? Let's do a quick Rebel 8 update. Some things did get changed, so let's just take a quick look at it. Let me find it here. Let's see. Whoa! Oh, I didn't see that, JH. I didn't see that. XP Pen Artist Ultra 16. We will take a look at it. We will absolutely take a look. I love Ultra. That's hot. That's hot. Touch. Whoa. 16-inch touch OLED. 4K. Okay, you got me interested. Let's get back to Rebel later. Let's go talk about this XP Pen tablet. Let's do that. That's where the magic is, right? Okay, let's take a look. Brand new. Oops, typing on the wrong keyboard. Pen. Okay, thank you so much, JH. I had under $800. Okay. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Just hang on a second, and we will get there. Okay, let me clear away this Discord chat for a second and get this one. Okay. And let's see if we can do a little sharing now on screen. Okay, where am I looking? Where am I looking, my friend? I don't see it here. But you mentioned it was on the XP Pen Discord, I think. So let's check there. XP Pen Discord discussion. Maybe it's under events. So I'm looking at events back in June. Let me scroll to where. Let's go all the way to the bottom here. Oh yeah, thank you, James. That would be much easier if you just added me. Thank you, thank you. And I'll. So I'm very excited. So for people who just maybe didn't catch on the entire thing, what is it? So 16-inch OLED. That would be the third OLED now available as a drawing tablet. 4K, pretty good. Touch. You know, I'm starting to like touch in these tablets. And let's see. Let's get. I see it. I see it. Oh, JH is Jessica, of course. Okay. Okay, let's bring it up here. Let's bring it up here. Thank you, Jessica, JH. The new XP Pen Ultra 16's 4K OLED could elevate your digital art. Spec-heavy drawing tablet. Okay. Dismiss. Let's get rid of these things. Let's get a little bit here. At the heart of this is the X Touch technology. 1 millisecond response time. Interesting. That's not something I've seen. Usually pen displays have very high refresh rates, like 12. Okay, so this is unusual. This is unusual. Okay. Let's see if there's any more information here. Okay, there's a picture. Let's take a look at this. It looks very similar to their Artist Pro Gen 2 line. Very similar. I'm sorry, Jessica. I'm sorry. I'm always scared of installing these ad blockers. I don't know why I'm scared of installing them. Okay, 16K pressure level. And let me just summarize one more time. For anyone's going to watch, I'll say this forever. This 16K pressure level thing is... I'm not... It doesn't help you. Okay? It doesn't help you. I would like one of you, if you disagree with that statement, to just help me learn why you think it might make a difference, like in a measurable way. And if you can do that, I'll retract every statement I've made about 16K not mattering, because I think you need only about 2K. Okay. Tablet Kitten says we already know about this. I didn't know. Maybe someone on Discord mentioned it earlier. I didn't know. So it's called the Ultra 16. It says here XP Pen's dual X3 Pro chip stylus. Does that mean I get 2 pens with it? I hope so. Some color accuracy. Calmon verified color accuracy. I don't know about color, so I'll just assume that's good. Oh, here it is. Artist Ultra 16 4K OLED. And looks like I do get 2 pens. Okay. And they have... looks like this is their 3-in-1 cable type thing. Probably for data and video. I'm guessing a separate cable for power, because you might require more power than your computer can deliver. Has a stand. And... okay, that's good. It's not on their site yet. Tablet Kitten, when did you find out about this tablet? When did you find out? I'm really curious. I must have missed something. I did not know, honestly. Well, I'm very excited for this, and I'll tell you why I'm excited. Because as I look at the specs, it looks like this person is testing it. First of all, I think touch is a winner. Even though I don't use touch 95% of the time, it's a winner, right? The X3 Pro pen is pretty good. I wish it was more consistent with its max pressure, but that's, it's still a good pen no matter what. But the other things here are also very good. OLED, I'm really hoping this is thin. Look, I'm not insisting on move ink level thin, but I would just like lighter, thinner pen displays. The box looks really good. Let's see, what else do they have? Oh, the refresh rate, right? Or response time, rather. 1 millisecond, that's pretty good. I don't know of any other display that has a 1 millisecond response time. Okay, so that's good. That's good. Oh, it does. I don't see that it has legs though. Maybe I misunderstood. So it must come with a stand. So it doesn't have any built-in legs. It does not look very thick. I'll say that. At least not from this photo. Is there anything else here? Actually, I'm looking at the Asus pen display that I got, 2 weeks ago. So look at this. So I'm liking the size. We'll see. It's good to see a new tablet come out from XP Pen. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I'll get this one for sure. For sure, I'll get this one. Because the specs have really evolved. If it was just another Pro Gen 2 model, Artist Pro Gen 2, I probably wouldn't get it. But the specs have really evolved, so I'm happy to try it out. Okay. Okay. And let's see. Let me check my. Any other comments about Discord? No, all good. Let's see. J8 says most OLEDs do, and then the refresh rate is 16 milliseconds for 60 hertz, half that for 120. Got it. So most OLEDs have a really fast response time like this. Oh, let's see. JH Jessica has put in a picture in the Discord. Let's take a quick look at it. I like the look of it. Oh, it's a good detailed picture. Yeah, the design, the physical design looks like it's evolved a little bit since the Artist Pro Gen 2. It's a little bit of a tweak. Still has, and I'm not saying this as a negative, it has wide bezels, which some people really like, as we've discovered with the feedback from the Intuos Pro 2025. Yeah, and touch. I hope it's easy to turn touch on and off without going into settings. That's one thing I like about the Move Ink. There's like a button and you just press it and then you can turn off touch. With the Asus monitor I'm using here, turning off touch is like you have to change the settings and it's a couple of clicks deep. Okay, interesting. Okay, Cube, if you're online, I know that your time zone's quite different from me, so if you want to, just let me know when you want me to try that that testing with Open Tablet Driver, and I'll just do it live right now if you want. I just wanted to get that early for you, so you don't have to hang out and wait till who knows when, right? So just let me know when you want me to do the testing. Ping me either in the YouTube chat or in the Discord, please. Okay. And hopefully my dietitian will not be upset that this is going to be my second Red Bull in half an hour. Okay, so thank you about this. Thank you for sharing this, Chach. This is good news. This is really interesting news. Okay, and let me just copy that link that you sent into the my show notes. Copy link. Okay, fantastic. New XP pen display. Hopefully this means we'll start seeing Huion with some new models too, using Pentec 4.0, right? Because you all know how much I like Pentec 4.0. And we need more tablets with them, especially pen tablets. Okay, first topic. Okay, Cubes, you want to do it right? Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Okay, folks, you're going to witness some live testing with me and Cube. He wants me to try out I guess a dev build of Open Tablet Driver just to see if it works. And so, Cube, I have uninstalled all the tablet drivers on a Mac laptop, and so I'm ready for this. And this is the previous laptop I tested OTD with, by the way. So let me just do one more check to make sure. So for those of you who are hanging on, this section may get a little boring because we're just trying to install a driver, and I'm just seeing if it just works for Cube. Okay, I mean works according to what he says it should do. So, but well, let's get this done, and because this kind of work helps everybody, and then we'll get back to looking at the Intuos Pro 2025. Nick says button for touch is important so you can disable it and forget about it. Yes. Or re-enable it quickly for when you need a little, you need a little bit. Okay. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Okay, let me just verify that I don't have Sense Labs. Huion I uninstalled. I'll just double check. And I rebooted. No Huion. No Sense Labs. Let me search in applications here. No XP Pen. Right? And I'm pretty sure I got rid of Wacom as well. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, so now we are ready. You think it'll be quick? Okay, cool. Okay, so I have to figure out now how to install Open Tablet Driver again on Mac OS. Maybe it'll go easier for me this time, since the last time for me was a little confusing because I had to like enable all these permissions, which it's, I'm not so familiar with Mac OS, so it was a little bit alien to me to do that. Okay, what do I need? I need to go to opentabletdriver.net. And you're not seeing what I'm seeing, so let me... What do I want to do here? I know there's a cable somewhere here, so I can show you things. Oh, I disconnected the cable. Isn't that nice? Okay. Hang on. We'll take care of that. Okay. There we go. This way, at least you can see what I'm doing, even if let's just make sure I'm not. I gotta clean up my downloads folder. There's just too much junk in here. Okay, okay, and let's just see if you can see my Mac. It's not doing it, is it? Let's try this again. No? Okay. I may have to tell the Mac to do this. System settings, displays. It thinks it's doing it, which is wild. Let's try. It's not liking that. It's not liking that. Okay, I'm going to unplug this. Thanks, Hayden, for the link on the Discord. Let me try another cable. Because you have to see this, otherwise it's going to be so, lame if you cannot see what I'm actually doing. But don't worry, we'll figure this out. Give me a second, I need to get another cable, and then we'll start testing this thing correctly. Where am I? Okay, hang on. Okay, it's not. That must have been confusing. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, I am back, and this time, hopefully it'll work. Let's plug this in and see if we can get this to work. If not, I'll just do it, and I'll just say what's happening. I just do want to do it live so you can see it as well. Okay, there, you can see an empty Mac desktop, but that is... Okay, so at least you see me doing something. So let's go, let me open up the browser. And I'm going to go to opentabletdriver.net. Let's see. Right there. And let's type it in. opentabletdriver.net. There we go. Mac OS installation guide. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to make this a bit. You can't see what I'm doing exactly. I need to just make it a bit bigger for me. Okay, there we go. Download the latest release. Sure. Oh, no, there's a special build. Cube has a special build he wants me to use. Let me launch Discord and get that. Okay, let's open up the Discord. We'll get there. Okay. Whoa. Discord's acting weird. Oh, I wish my Mac screen doesn't have touch. Let's find it. I believe it's right up here somewhere. Oh, I see. There's a link Cube has provided. Thank you, Cube. I always have the toughest time finding these old messages. Potential dangerous download, it says. Oh, you can't see what I'm seeing. Okay. Right. So let's go find this thing out here. Actually, I'm going to put this away. Not to hide anything. It's that the way I have my monitor set up, it's just hard for me to read when I share the screen this way. So just hang on a second and I'll just download this. Continue to download. And I think it is downloaded. Yeah, it is downloaded. You can see it here on in my downloads folder, right? And I am going. You know what? Maybe I should just share the screen, or what's the right word here I'm thinking of? Let me mirror the screens. That'll be a bit easier to figure out what's going on. There we go. And I don't have to struggle so much with reading as well. So there's Open Tablet Driver, and can I just unzip this? Okay, and the install instructions were where? Extract it, extract it and drag the .app into your applications folder. And then, okay, we can do that. Let's, let's just go ahead. Oops, I also forgot my music is not on. There we go. So I think this is the app, right? And just drag it into applications, which is here. No, that's the App Store. I get a new Finder window and go into applications. I have to be honest, I am not a huge fan of the way Mac installs software. I find it to be just, and uninstalls. I find the Windows way where there's an actual installer to be just understandable in a better way for me. Okay, why can't I drag this easily? Okay. Let's see. And let's just go ahead and run it. Open tablet not opened. What did it say? Yeah, sure. Okay, how do I fix this? Yeah, now it's starting to come back to me why it was so, it was a little difficult to do all this stuff. Could not verify. I need to figure this one out. How do I do this? I'm opening up Chrome to so. Okay, I'll thank you, Cube. I will check the macOS FAQ. I remember being really baffled by this the last time. Ah, here it is, the post installation. Oh, I love that Apple does this. On your Mac, choose System Settings, then click Privacy and Security in the sidebar. Then go to Security and Okay, well at least I know what to do. Let's do it. System Settings. Click Privacy and Security, wherever that is, right there. And then scroll down to Security and click Open. Where's... Oh, it actually remembers Open Tablet Driver was blocked to protect you. Open anyway. I get it. Open anyway. I think I can use my Touch ID. Good, because I can't remember my password. Ooh. You need to grant input monitoring permission. Open input monitoring. Okay, this is at least making it easier. And it is granted. Okay, good. Next. Would like to control accessibility. Yeah, open system settings. Yeah, this is from the last time I think I did this. Okay, next, that's correct. Oh, this is good. At least now everyone knows how to install Open Tablet Driver on macOS as watching me. And then the next one. Yep, it's already set. All good. Next, yeah, open system settings, Open Tablet Driver. Yep, it's clicked. Man, there's a lot of clicking involved. Okay, this one's set. Okay. Again, these didn't used to be set, but since I previously installed Open Tablet Driver, it looks like it's all working. It's all configured correctly. Man, how many of these things am I going to have to click? I swear to... What am I, on the 7th or 8th click? Okay, maybe I have to unset it and set it back. I don't know. We'll try that. Unset it. I'll go ahead and just do it. Later, man. Come on. Later. Okay, next. Open system settings. This is a bit wild, right? Okay. Next. Oops. Open Tablet Driver. I'll unset it and set it. Next. What is going on here? Yeah, I don't even, I'm just, that's what I just realized. I'm just going through the same thing over and over. So let me do this. Let me cancel out of here. And I think I unset one and set the other one. So let me just go ahead and just do that. And see if it happens, you know, what it tells me this time. So I'll relaunch Open Tablet Driver, wherever the heck it is. Yeah, because the text is so small for me, I couldn't even read this correctly. So I was like, hey, this text looks familiar. Okay. Quit and reopen. Sure. Uh-huh. Okay, I must be just really... Okay. I can't blame Open Tablet Driver for this. This is me. I just don't know how to, like... Every time I've tried to do something here, it has stopped me from doing it. Sorry, I opened up the wrong thing. Like, it just will not. Input monitoring. Okay, so I'm going to go there and I'm going to make the switch, and I'm going to say quit and reopen. Okay? And we'll try this again. Now cancel this. Let's do it one at a time. Everyone laughs at me when I'm doing this. Input monitoring preference again. Okay. Open system settings now for accessibility. And it's already enabled, but we'll just go ahead, quit and reopen for accessibility. Input monitoring again. Try removing it from the list. Yeah, okay. Makes sense, Cube. Makes sense. Let's just cancel out of this. And yeah, I think you're right. Input monitoring. Let's find input monitoring. Here's another entry. Yeah, okay. Now this is good actually that I'm experiencing this, because then I realize what's actually, this helps me understand if anyone needs help with Open Tablet Driver, what they might encounter. In other words, this is good dog fooding, as they say. By they, I mean Microsoft. Open system settings. Okay, quit and reopen. Whoa, okay, good suggestion. Good suggestion, thank you. Okay, I am all set, Hugh. Now you gotta tell me what you need me to do. I'm just going, I need a tablet, probably. So let's go find it. Okay, give me a second, I'll go get a tablet, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and I have the Intuos Pro Small 2025 edition. So let's go ahead and plug it in. Thanks for everyone's patience. I realize this is it can be a bit weird to see some guy like me bumbling around with Mac OS settings. Hard to believe I'm considered a software professional, isn't it, folks? Allow accessory to connect, of course, of course. Okay, recognize the tablet. And let's see. Just try drawing with default settings. Sure. And for that, I'll just go ahead and use my tablet tester, since it's the fastest way for me to get to a drawing surface. Benny Hill, yeah. Yes, that would be an appropriate. That would be the correct, because I feel okay. It feels good. Pressure, everything's working as I'd expect. I can see tilt is working. I can see pressure's working exactly the way I'd expect. Okay. So I think that is the first test. It's just working. Okay. And now, let's see. I know there was a. Oh, Hayden you posted a really nice picture of that tablet. It looks good. Bezels are wide. Maybe the picture is misleading, but the bezel actually looks a bit thicker on the left than the right, or wider, I should say. Let's see. I just need a test that works correctly on all output modes. Right? Okay, so let's go there. Oops, I'm gonna go back here. Where is OTD again? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so output modes is, I believe, this drop down. So it's on absolute, and I suppose you want me to try relative. So for those who might not be familiar with this, relative means in a non-open tablet driver in Wacom, they'd call this mouse mode. Okay. So let's just see. Oh, I have to hit apply. I have to hit apply. If there was one thing, a feature request I'd have for Open Tablet Driver, besides automatic WinInk configuration, it would be that it was obvious I need to hit apply. Make it obvious, because it's not. That's weird. Am I crazy here? I thought I set it to relative mode. Yeah, I set it to relative mode, but this is not acting in a relative way. I'm clicking save, I'm clicking apply. Yeah, like it. What you should see now, I'm just drawing strokes to the left. It should be moving the stroke like this, right? But instead it's oh, wait a second. Something just happened. Something weird just happened. Okay, I think I understand. The weirdness was touch. I forgot touch was turned on for this tablet. Yeah, it's behaving just like absolute mode. And, you know, as you can see, it is definitely set to relative mode, and I've pressed save and apply a bunch of times. Right? So you let me know, Cube, if you want me to, what you want me to try. I am all ears. I can see the setting. I think you mentioned adaptive binding. I see it set as the default for everything here, which I think is what you said would happen. But yeah, the output, it's not engaging the relative mode. Again, I'll always hit apply, so save and apply. Yeah, it's behaving just normally. If anyone's seeing any weird transitions of the pointer, that's because touch is enabled on the tablet, and it's wait a second. There was some weird anomaly there. It didn't. For a second, I swear I thought it was moving in relative mode. For just a second. Maybe it's just my hand was interfering because of touch. Nope. Oh, where you're seeing the pointer stop here, I'm hitting the end of the active area. I can't get it past that point. And that's the other thing, the mapping is messed up. Something's just weird about it. Try the side pin buttons and check that they work. Okay, sure. Let's erase this. And I'm gonna try lowest button. So just pressing, just so everyone knows, when I press down, it says button will go from 0 to 1, okay? So 1 is the pen tip. Now I'm gonna press the first button. I'm not even touching the tablet, by the way, right? So when it's in range, the first button shows up as button 2, pen button. And I don't know what's supposed to happen if I press the button and click, but it goes to button 3. Now I'll do the second button. Hovering, it shows up as button 4, middle mouse is what this thing thinks it is. And if I press down, it goes to button 5, right? Try setting the reset time down to 10 milliseconds. Okay, I'll try that. And let me just do the third button just to confirm. Third button has no impact at all. It doesn't change anything. Okay. I don't know if that's what you expected, but that's what the buttons are doing. Now let's get back to what you wanted, Cube, which is try setting the reset time down to 10 milliseconds. Oh, you gotta help me with this one. Where is the reset time? Reset time. Oh, this thing. I see. Okay. Let's go ahead and set it to, what is it? 10 milliseconds. Buttons look good? Okay, excellent. 10 milliseconds. Save, apply. Okay, let's hit delete. And no, it's still just behaving almost like an absolute mode thing. Now, where there is some weirdness here is that, again, and let me just try this again. Actually, wait a second. Maybe it is working now. Let's try this again. You know what? If it's in mouse mode, maybe it is in mouse mode. Maybe I am just not thinking correctly about what's going on here. The borders are getting hit. But maybe I misinterpret. Yeah, okay. It's okay. I think it's the way I'm interpreting what's going on. Let's erase this. If I move here, I lift the pen up, and I put it anywhere, it should start from that position and move. Okay, so that mouse mode is working. Okay? Like, right? That's actually, I'm able to do what I expected. What trips me up a little bit is that, of course, I'm just not used to this. Okay, so this is doing what I expect. Okay, I'm going to change it back to that reset time and see if that indeed was the thing that made everything different. So let's go apply this. Okay. I think it is behaving correctly. I think I was also initially confused about what I expected out of mouse mode. Because I wasn't sure how hover was being taken into account. So, yeah, I think it's working correctly, actually. I think it is. I so rarely use mouse mode. I realized as I was talking through this. Yeah, I think you got a good point there, Cube. It's possible it feels weird since it doesn't, by default, disable out of proximity reports, whereas because I was like, something about this feels weird to me that I wasn't expecting, and I had this very clear opinion in my head what to expect from other drivers. Okay? So I think it's working. I think it is absolutely working. The mouse mode's working. Okay. Relative mode. Is there anything else you wanted me to test, Cube? Test with hover distance limiter plugin. I'll try. Yeah, let's try that. People are getting it's here, right? Open plugin manager. Hover distance limiter. Install this. So for those of you who are probably you've never seen me work with Open Tablet Driver, this is one of the magical features of Open Tablet Driver. Yes, it's a little complicated to set up, and it doesn't support every tablet's buttons and things, but it has its own plugin ecosystem. You can make this thing do wild things. And let's see, It's installed. So let's get back to, I guess I just close this. Filter and enable the limiter, okay. Minimum hover distance, maximum, just enable the filter and toggle the near proximity option. Use near proximity cutoff. I think that's what you mean, right? Okay, so let's apply that. Let me try that again. Make sure I save and apply this. So near proximity cutoff is applied. How's that feel? I think it did make it feel a little bit better. I'm having trouble explaining in English or in any language. I think it did make it feel a bit more natural, but I'm having hard trouble maybe saying it exactly how. And let me see if, yeah, I'll play around with this some more. Anything else you'd like me to test, Cube? I'm just waiting for Cube to reply. And I will note down my installation experience. Or maybe I should ask for the Mac OS docs for OTD to be updated. They should probably explain that the permissions might need some. They might already do that, so I'll have to double check. Okay, that's everything? Perfect, great. Thanks for the suggestion. Happy to do these kind of tests. And I thought it would be really fun to do it live. So thank you, Cube, thank you. Okay, now we're gonna get back to other topics. And let me just disconnect this tablet for a second and this Mac. Ooh, that was fun. So for those of you who wonder what I do in my daytime, in my, non-tablet life, and basically all my life is tablets, or digital art, I should say. This is the kind of thing I do. I test drivers, I measure things. This is like, this is my job, so to speak. Okay. So we did, so before we go any further, I want to talk to you about an update that should help people. So I just want to make sure people know about these resources, okay? Now I mention the Discord all the time, and I'm gonna just paste the Discord link in the chat. Yeah, good point, Cube. The reason I wasn't paying attention to too much was my eyes are old, and I can't see things real close up, especially when they're small text. So I was really missing that. Like I knew there was text there, but I was just kind of blindly, clicking next. So at the very least, I'll try to keep this in my memory so that, and maybe I'll film myself installing it, because I think there are lots of people who are artists using Mac OS, and they might have to do this, and they'll see my, by seeing my struggles, they'll be able to figure out a bit easier on their own. Okay, let me paste in the Discord link, because my next topic really has to deal with the Discord, okay? And so we get people coming to Discord that need help, and they're either, roughly speaking, there are two kinds of things they're most often looking for. They're looking to buy a tablet, and they're looking to get help with a problem, or they have a question, right? That's really what it is. So I just wanted to show you how we are trying to make that easier for people, okay? So I'm gonna open up the Discord link, and you can see now, this is the Drawing Tablet Discord, right? And we have we have under this, we have different categories, right? Under chat, we have general, we have a help forum where people can seek help. But what I saw was we were just getting the same old questions over and over. Again, a lot about what do you think about this tablet? And then what do I do in this situation? So I decided to create one category, which is called tablet reviews. And each post there is one tablet. And so let's just open up one of them, Cintiq Pro 22. And each comment there is a link to a review. Now in this case, I've just pasted in my own link. Let's try another, and we have pens there as well. Let's try one where I know there's more. Canvas Pro 19. Okay, that had a lot of reviews. Okay, we'll click there, and oops, my face is hiding things. You can see for this tablet, I have my notes are linked, and then I have from Trent Kaniuga and David Ravoy and Brad Colbo and the rest, right? So that'll make it easier for us when someone comes and says, what about this tablet? Like, here are the reviews. Now, the reviews I put here are curated, okay? Meaning they're from people whose reviews I think are worthy of watching, okay? And Tio is a great example. His reviews are worthy of watching. He's the most, I remember I do not consider myself a reviewer. I just write down notes. Tio is probably the best reviewer there is because he's very structured, he's very clear. And so people like him, I put there. Hi, Hera. Good to see you. Always good to see you on stream. Brad Colbo is another one. And they have different review styles. But my point of telling you all this is I just don't put random people's reviews here. I try to make sure it's, it's worthy of being here. There's lots of tablet reviews where someone, basically opens the tablet up and they just say it looks, it feels good to draw with. And like, okay, sometimes it is, you have to understand the experience, but these are the ones I think are going to add more value to you. Especially, Tio and Brad are great examples. So that's one resource for you. And there's another resource, which is, there's another forum. Similar structure. These are curated list of FAQs, frequently asked questions. And so each post is a question. For example, here's a classic one. How do I stop my pen display from showing the no signal message? And then, the comments there are resources to solve that problem. And since I have written a lot, in all these cases, I pasted a link to a doc that I wrote on this topic, a TSG. TSG stands for Troubleshooting Guide, right? We'll just go ahead and open up one just so you can see what it looks like. And so how I'm going to use this is when people join the Discord, I'm going to say, oh, okay, here, I'll provide a link to the FAQ. And the good thing is, it's searchable. The search works actually quite well. Where's my keyboard here? Hang on. So if I go, actually, which screen am I actually on? Okay, I'm on this one. Even I'm not sure anymore which screen I'm on. I think, yeah, okay, sorry. Let's just type in no signal, right? And it will quickly find the post. I said quickly, and of course now it's struggling. There we go. So it makes it easier for people to find their solutions, okay? Let's see, Nick says, Tio is great. He's even reviewing keywords. That's right. He goes beyond just tablets, right? And believe me, one day we won't be needing to review tablets the same way we do. One day tablets are going to be so good, either the reviews will be very different or we won't need to have them as much, okay? Because any tablet you get will be fantastic. And I believe, I'm just guessing, folks, but I believe that we are, I know this is probably going to burn me when I say this, but I believe we are no more than a few years away from every tablet being great, right? So make all tablets great again. I don't know how you do that. Make all tablets. No, I don't think it doesn't work the same way. It would be MTGA. Make tablets great again. But we're a few years away from that. Maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years at most. at most 5 years, I think, that everything will be any tablet you buy will essentially be what today we'd consider the top of the line professional tablet. What a fantastic world that's going to be. And when we're there, you'll be buying tablets because you like the color, or you like that they have an extra, like an accessory, a remote, right? You won't have to worry about pressure levels and IAF, and you won't have to worry. They're all going to be great, okay? Now, the OSU community needs special things, so they're going to have to worry because the artists don't need such high performance as the OSU community does. And that's why the OSU community uses Open Tablet Driver, among other things. They have a very different way to use tablets. Okay, so that's just, I want to make sure these resources are known for you. And yeah, that's it. Okay, now the other topic I want to talk about was the Intuos Pro 2025. So I have had a couple of months of using it now, and along with the Pro Pen 3 that I've been using for a while. So let's just start with when the Pro Pen 3 was announced. That was to November 2022, okay? Really, for all this time, I've been using the Pro Pen 3. All this time, I've been using the Pro Pen 2, even though I have, you know, a lot of Pro Pen 3 models, okay? And there's more than this I have. So what I want to talk to you first is I have adapted to using the Pro Pen 3 finally, and I'm preferring it. I'm preferring it without a grip, the slim, keeping it slim. Let's see. Oh, Cube says maybe the OSU community will be saved by the mysterious official OSU professional tablet collab with Wacom. I hope so. I would love to see that. Which reminds me, I should go play OSU on this stream because I have set it up to do that. I can now record my hand moving on the tablet and playing OSU over here, and you can see it. And we'll try that later in the stream. Actually, that's good that we brought up OSU. Nick says, if you ask me, cheap tablets today, like the XP Pen 22 Pro Gen 2, are already professional for 90% of the users. I agree with you. The Pro Gen 2s, the Huion Canvas Gen 3s are right. You know, there's a little bit of nitpicking I could pick, but most people wouldn't notice. That's one of the challenges. You know, actually, I'm going to take a little bit of a break for a second to talk about the challenges of talking about the tech for drawing tablets, okay? All people like me do is measure things and obsess about things, right? And we take tiny details and literally blow them up into big topics of discussion, right? Literally, that happens. Because I use a microscope, because, right? I measure tiny differences in pressure. And we live in a world where you can over-obsess about these numbers. 16K pressure levels, 8,000 pressure levels. You can just over-obsess. And Nick is right. Most people, will be fine with, especially these Deco Pro Gen 2, Artist Pro Gen 2, Canvas 3, Pentec 4.0 from Huion. They'll be fine with those tablets. And you don't have to worry. You can develop the obsessive qualities about these numbers and specs and pressure levels. And I'm just going to tell you, you don't need to do that anymore. Especially if you stick with these newer tablets Nick is mentioning. Because we're getting into fine details. OSU community cares about the fine details. Because they're not drawing, they're playing a game which demands something of the tablet. Artists don't have those demands. If you artists knew what the OSU people need, you'd be stunned. If you knew how they use the tablets, you'd be amazed. Because they don't use the tablets like we use the tablets. You might think, how different could it be? They have a pen that... No, it is not like us at all. Some of them do, I'm sure. But they use them in a very different way, okay? And the reason I stress that is they're like professional athletes, right? They have very specialized needs. We're just amateurs compared to them with our tablet usage as creatives or artists, okay? Okay, that was a long rant. So first thing I want to say is Pro Pen 3. I have come to love this pen, okay? I have come to love this pen. especially the slim version. And what I am doing is, I'm going to show this one more time so people see it. This is the normal way you have your Pro Pen 3. You know, it's you put in the special, the 3, I know you can't see it so clearly. Let me see if I can do my overhead. Hang on. I have to turn on the camera too, don't I? I hope it's turning on. Try that again. Oh, it is, okay. And I turned it off, it looks like. There we go, it is functioning. Okay, so let me show you how I'm using this thing. That's not what I wanted this. It's pointing at my screen, that's funny, okay. Let's point it downwards a little bit more. Okay, ooh, there we are. And let me take some of my Red Bull since the overhead is reminding me to. This is a typical Pro Pen 3. Red tape is my own. And let me do a little bit of zoom in. A little zoom. Oh wow, that's nice. Okay. You see it like this, right? And you need, and there's different buttons they have. They have a thicker button set for when you have a grip, okay? What I am doing is I'm using that thicker button strip without a grip. So it looks like this. Why, you say, 7 Pens, are you doing such an absolutely inane, silly thing as using the incorrect button strip for your pen? Let me tell you. This offers 2 advantages, okay? There's that thick button strip. This has 2 advantages. Number 1, I'm someone who struggles with accidentally clicking the buttons. But this keeps the button kind of away from my clumsy fingers, right? Like I can move my hand up and down here and I won't accidentally trigger the button. So that's nice, that helps me. Second, one of the things that happens for me, the reason I click the buttons, is that the buttons are very flush here with the surface of the barrel of the pen. And sometimes, essentially, by drawing, this pen rotates, right? You see the buttons are facing up, and now as I'm drawing, I can accidentally rotate or pick it up the wrong way. Now the buttons are actually touching my middle finger. However, guess what this does? This essentially prevents it from rotating, right? And it provides my hand a little bit of a purchase, meaning a something that rests on my hand so it doesn't move around. So I just think you should try it out. I know it looks goofy. I think it looks, but and I can pick up the pen. Oops, I actually squeezed it and it fell out. You can pick up the pen and you don't have to be afraid of the buttons. Okay, so this is my little love letter to the Pro Pen 3. Okay, Hera has made a comment. Let's see. I liked Huion's pens more, but XP Pen Glass felt better when I tested the tablets in store. I do wish XP Pen released a new pen with the 16 Ultra, but the prices are super tempting. Yeah. Let's see, Nick says, as an artist who works on tablets, I'm wondering what virus caused people to play that Osu thing on tablets. Me, after 8 hours of work, just want to jump in hammock and don't touch any pens or screens. I understand that. Even me, all my time is spent doing tablets. Sometimes I just don't want to talk about tablets, right? Sometimes you need that psychological break. Okay. So that was the pen. I'm totally in love with the Pro Pen 3. I'm not using the Pro Pen 2 anymore. That's good. It took me a couple of years to adjust. Now let's talk about the Intuos Pro 2025. I have the small edition, but everything I say is going to apply to the medium and large. Okay? Which I also have. I just, I didn't want to occupy so much desk space here right now. I always felt that the Intuos Pro 2025 was, my first few weeks, it was not a problem for me to use. It was just a little bit weird at times because the bezels are small, right? They're really tiny bezels. So here's the verdict. After some time, I don't even notice the bezels anymore. I originally felt like the bezels even were a little bit, they dug in a little bit. Doesn't seem to bother me anymore, at least. I'm not saying other people feel the same way, but it's fine. Okay, what about the buttons? Look, the truth is, I always disable the buttons on the old Intuos Pro, and I disable it on these. With both tablets, I accidentally hit the buttons. So it's a wash, meaning there's no difference for me. It doesn't matter to me that they're on top or on the left. It's not making any difference to me. Lots of people will have a different opinion on this for them, but what I'm trying to communicate is I have 100% switched over to using the Intuos Pro 2025. I still maintain that if you have an Intuos Pro 2017, you probably don't need to upgrade. Okay? This has some advantages, but I don't think the vast majority of you, if you're happy with your Intuos Pro 2017, there's no point upgrading. If you've never had a Pro tablet before, I have no problem recommending this, right? I think I would put this at the top of my recommended list for the best tablet out there. If you are having like an older Intuos Pro, like Intuos Pro 2013, yeah, I'd say upgrade, right? You don't have to, but I think it's a worthy upgrade. So I guess at the end of this, what I'm trying to say is, at least in my head, the Intuos Pro 2025 is a clear winner between the two. I just don't think everyone needs to upgrade. Okay, so I'm liking mine. The large one's on my desk over there, and I'm drawing with it regularly, right? So I'm very happy with it, and yeah, I think they did a good job. I understand some people will not like the button shape, or the button's placement rather, but overall, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Let's see, we have lots of comments here. Some OSU players don't even tap on the tablet, just hover. Yeah, that was one of my biggest surprises. Some of them don't do that. In fact, let's see what Cube says. Very few players actually tap on the tablet. Either they hover or keep it pressed down for the entire time they're playing on a map. See, those behaviors for artistic people is weird, right? Like, you don't touch, either you're hovering or you're always touching is a weird thing for an artist, right? You're like, how can that be, right? The other thing I notice, which I will do a video on OSU, like, not to teach people about how to play it, but more like teach them about the world of OSU and the community of OSU, because it's fascinating. It's like real, anthropological study, right? Understand their culture. One of the things that surprised me is they have, this is a small tablet, okay? And small tablets is generally what OSU players seem to use, okay? But get this, a ton of them map the active area to a really small region here, like a really tiny one. I don't know, I think visually it would be like an area like this, right? So that's another surprise, and they wear that thing out. So that's another really surprising thing. These are the kind of things that you need to, you just got to see it. If you just spent your time on artists, you'd never believe people use a tablet this way. Let's see, Voidot says, my friend is one of those hover players. Oh, here's another one, good tidbit. And Cube says, and people who do press the pen down usually disable the tip binding so it doesn't do anything while they're dragging. That's pretty wild. I think one of the wildest things I heard, so with OSU, you can click, right? You can tap with the pen, or you can press a key, so you have to click on the circles. And then you also can press a keyboard key. And you can, so some people I think can always be I think that's called tapping with the pen. And some people will always play with the keyboard. And then some people alternate. Some people tap and click with the keyboard. Tap with the pen, click with the keyboard, back and forth. I think Cube was actually one of those players. I think it's called Tap X playing. Tell me if I'm wrong, Cube. He's got some numbers here. The average tablet area of an OSU player is roughly 80 by 45 millimeters. from what I've seen, many higher and lower, but very, very few use full-size, medium or large tablet areas. Yeah, I think the times I've ever seen someone use a large one is more like a gimmick, right? Voidouts. Well, a pen tablet is not only for drawing, note taking. Exactly right. Voidouts, right? But it's, like I said, I want to do a video highlighting the community and what OSU players do for non-OSU players. Again, not to teach them how to play the game, or even recommend that they play the game, but you just have to see these people in action, right? I would love to actually, like, I don't know, do people play OSU in Seattle? Is there ever do they ever have like a competition in Seattle? I'll go stop by. I would love to see watch people play it, for real. Let's see. What I want to know if there's an OSU player that uses a screen tablet. I think I've seen people do it. I don't think it's common or recommended that happens. Oh, let's see. Tap X is the generic name for using a pen tap and keyboard key in any manner. Tap X Alt is the name for alternating. Oh, I see. Thank you for the clarification. In 204 XL OSU stream, we can do it anytime you want. I tell you what. Conveniently, I do have Open Tablet Driver installed on this Mac, and which means it will work with the 204 XL in theory. I could try that. Now I have to see if I get OSU installed there, but we'll see. We'll try it. Because I will play OSU in the stream. I will do it, guaranteed. Because I am set up for it. Okay. So yeah, in 2OS Pro 2025, my long-term thoughts are I like it even more now. I never felt like I was hesitant in recommending it, but now I think I can, without any hesitation, recommend it. It's only if the only issue arises if you're upgrading from the 2017 model. That I think you may just want to wait, right? Okay, next topic is the Wacom Moving Pad 11. So just for context, OSU Laser does natively support macOS, so it should work totally fine. Okay, good. Then I might just try that out. I think I actually have Laser installed on this MacBook also. So Moving Pad 11. Okay. I'm trying to collect my thoughts and explain to you what I'm trying to say here. Let's set some context. We have a bunch of devices that are Android-based out recently. Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 uses a UD EMR pen, the S Pen. We have the XP Pen Magic Drawing Pad 2025 edition. Uses an EMR pen. Their XP Pens, so X3 Pro Pen, right? And then we have the Moving Pad 11 from Wacom. Okay, I have all these tablets and I've tried them out, and some of you saw me struggle with the UI on the Wacom, and that was because the Android. I'm used to the way Samsung has their UI organized, not the standard Android way. So that took me some adjustment. And when I first got the Moving Pad, I think where my heart was, what it was telling me was, this is just a so-so device. Like, this is not anything special as an Android device. It doesn't have a lot of memory. It doesn't have a lot of storage. It doesn't, there's nothing special about it in that sense. And so I felt a little deflated because it's a Wacom product and I kind of expected it would be higher end. I mean, it's only $450, so maybe my expectations were a little unfounded. But in the past couple of weeks, as I've used it, I have discovered that I have reframed how to use the Moving Pad. Hold on for this. I don't think you should not think of the Moving Pad as another Android device. You shouldn't think of it as something where you're going to install Discord and Reddit, all of which I did, by the way, and these other kinds of apps, and check your email on it. It can do all those things. It's not particularly powerful at those things, but it does them. at least as well as the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 FE, maybe a little bit better actually, slightly better performance. That's not what this tablet is really about. I finally got it that this tablet is really about just picking up something and drawing. That's why you can have it set to just turn on when you tilt it, even if it's asleep, or if the pen starts touching it, it'll just open up the drawing app, right, from sleep, and you can just start drawing. So if you're ready for that experience, you want to just pick it up and draw, it's great for that. You get the best drawing experience you can, and it draws very nicely. So I would like to say that the Move Ink it has a niche role and does that very well, okay? That is what I think the Move Ink Pad excels at. And as long as you keep that in mind, as long as you don't think in your head, oh, I'm getting the ultimate Android experience that is going to replace my other Android devices, you'll probably have a better time thinking about how to use the Move Ink, and you'll have a better experience. So I don't use the Move Ink Pad for checking email or Discord or whatever. When I want to draw something in bed or on the couch, that's when I pick it up, and when I'm not drawing, I put it down. My other devices, like my Samsung Tab S devices or my iPads, I check email on them, I check Reddit on them, especially my iPads. I use them as general purpose devices, but the Move Ink Pad I use as a drawing device to just quickly draw. I'm not living on it for all my drawings, it's for quick sketching. And so when I reframed the Move Ink Pad as a device for that purpose, my experience with it, I guess psychologically worked out better, right? I wasn't trying to replace other devices with it. I'm just using it for what it's good at, which is drawing. Let's see, got some comments here. Still not available in Korea, Hara says. Interesting. What is your most favorite tablet? Which one would you pick first if you need something drawn now? Easily the Move Ink Pad. Yeah, not a doubt about it. Not a doubt about it. And there's two reasons for that. It's only 11 inches, which makes it convenient. It doesn't feel like, as things start getting, 13 inches, 16 inches, they start just getting too heavy, right? So the Move Ink Pad fits that niche of like, you just quickly pick it up and just start drawing, okay? There is one complication, which I'm gonna talk about, which has to deal with the full scenario, okay? Which is, you bring up the Move Ink Pad, you start sketching even in its little sketch app, Wacom Canvas, I think it's called, yeah. Okay, and then there's a button that says, take it to Clip Studio Paint, okay? And you can also, I think you can basically export the file. There is one challenge that remains, and let me just sort of explain this to you. If you've ever used Clip Studio Paint on the iPad, you can save your Clip Studio file directly on your Google Drive or your OneDrive. That's awesome. I love OneDrive, and I just started using Google Drive. And so these files just get automatically synced to my different machines, right? Totally fine. And OneDrive, it actually keeps like some amount of previous versions, so I've kind of like got a backup, okay? Unfortunately, Clip Studio Paint on Android does not do that. It is, how can I say this? So basically the way, and I'm not saying this is Clip Studio's fault, by the way. There's something about how Android's working and how Clip Studio Paint's working, and it's like this. Let's suppose you're using Google Drive. Okay, and so, it's saving some folders on your Android device, on the Move Ink Pad. Imagine like they're in one folder, or not a folder, they're in their own universe, okay? And then there are files on your device, like your Android device, that you can see with Clip Studio Paint and other apps, and they're in their own universe. And so Clip Studio Paint on Android can sort of save it on the device, but it can't save it to the universe of Google Drive or OneDrive, right? So how do you get a file from here, from the device to Google Drive? The Google Drive that's on your own Android device. You have to like upload it to Google Drive. It's so cumbersome. And the reason this is important is it hurts the story of Start sketching. Okay, you're just sketching out. You have an idea what you do. Now I'm going to clean up Clip Studio Paint. I'm not going to do that on the moving pad. I'm going to do that on my desk. But I have to get it to my desk. Now, how do I do that? You have to right-click on the file or something and then say upload to Google Drive and then go to my computer. That's just adding in some extra friction, which is very irritating. Okay. Hopefully, Clip Studio Paint can add some feature to do this. I don't know if it's possible. It may have been some change in Android that initiated this, but it is irritating. And it does work correctly and better on the iPad. So that's what I want to point out. That's one of the weaknesses in how the moving pad works due to Clip Studio Paint and how Google Drive or OneDrive work, and I suppose how Android file systems are treated. So I just wanted to share that, and I'll add that to my notes. Okay? Let's see. Harris says, I tried the MDP in store and it had the keyboard case on it. It was so heavy. Yeah, I can believe that. I mean, the MDP is a slightly heavier device. That's one reason I actually like the moving pad. You would always think you want a bigger screen, but when you were just sort of, at least me drawing on the couch or in bed, at 13 inches, you start to feel the weight. And I can hardly imagine with the case. Oh, and Hera, you bring up something which I haven't had time to exactly test correctly yet, which is how does Clip Studio Paint's cloud service work? So maybe that's a solution for Clip Studio Paint and Android. I'll have to try it out. Oh, and one more thing. This limitation of Clip Studio Paint it's not just moving pad. It's on any Android device. Okay. Okay. So you use the cloud to synchronize. Okay. The Clip Studio Paint cloud. I'll try that. Because I'm such a heavy OneDrive user and Google Drive, I just haven't had the need. But maybe now I have the need. Okay. So it makes sense. Okay. So that's a moving pad. On this topic, I mentioned the Discord a lot. I feel like a lot of people on the Discord now, there's a little bit of a mini trend going on in the Discord. Lots of people are getting the moving, and I think some of them are getting the moving pad. So now we're starting to see people really appreciate the moving, right? And that's nice to see. I think we're all really enjoying the device. And it's actually sort of like its reputation is rising in the Discord, I would say, from owners of the Moving. Again, I'm talking about the Moving, not the moving pad. But that's nice to see. For a while there in my head, the Moving was a little bit of a specialty device, but people are just loving it, actually, on the Discord. So that's nice to see. Okay. Now, we're going to do a little bit of Hera says, if you do try it, you have to make sure syncing it after making edits on one device and then update on the other device before editing. Got it. Got to make sure it's, okay, makes sense. Okay, so I said we rarely have new digital pen tech, but it looks like we have some digital pen tech that's been updated. I can explain to you later. Yeah, thank you, Hera. I may take you up on that offer. Thank you very much. Okay. So now we have some digital pen tech we need to talk about, and if I'm saying it wrong, just let me know. Huawei. I'm not good sometimes at getting the subtleties of certain pronunciations of words like this. So let me just go through my Discord and find any notes. Hang on one second. Oh, wrong computer, okay. Discord. Okay, so let's get to a video. So let's see, how do I share with you a screen? I think this is the screen. Let me drag in what we're seeing here. So it looks like Huawei is introducing a new pencil technology, and they're calling this one the M Pencil Pro. And some interesting features of this pen. I don't know what price this is. We'll figure it out. And I believe this page it's not written in English, so there's an auto translation I think that's going on. So if you see something that's funny, odd, in the text, it's because of the translation. So let's just watch the video. I may have to do the, let me turn off the background music here. And let's unmute this thing. Let me do a quick sound check just to verify things are... Yeah, you should be able to hear those little dings. If it's too loud, please tell me. Okay, let us watch this video and see what's going on here. Okay, let me pause it for a second. I wish I could tell you that this very beautiful video with all these electronics meant something to me. It looks like it's packed with some tech, but I just do not know what it is. I didn't see what I expected earlier when they were sliding down, so I'm not sure if this is an EMR pen. I don't think it is. Let's see. We'll try to make a determination. But the key thing is like there looks to be some serious stuff there if I literally take this picture for real. Okay, right here, it's assembling. There's nothing in here that looks like an EMR pen. Like, I'm not seeing the ferrite rod and the coils and all that, at least not visibly. So I'm thinking this is a very different tech. Okay, did you see that? There's a little bit of a pressing. So it supports some kind of pressing of the barrel, like the new Apple Pencil Pro. Very nice. Now, I believe, again, I cannot read the text, but I believe it's mentioned later that this pen might support barrel rotation. We'll see. That's another feature that came into the Apple Pencil Pro. That looks to be barrel rotating either. Okay, different tips here, and this is a very interesting look to the tip here, right? I'm suppose in this metal spire is the pressure sensing mechanism somehow, and you can change the tips. And these are very different from the EMR tablet, EMR pens and their tips. This looks to work much more like the Apple Pencil. You can see it has a hexagonal shape to the body. I'm just letting it play to see if there's anything else. M Pencil Pro, they call it. Beautiful video. It looks a lot like the Apple Pencil. Actually, to be honest, it looks a little more... It looks slick. It looks at least as good as the Apple Pencil, if not better. Okay? Let's see if we can find some specs here. Click on features, and let's scroll down. It was showing me some things here. Oh, touch light. There's a light at the top of the pen. That's interesting. To indicate battery status, maybe? Or if the pen's active? Not sure. The all-new Hongmeng Star Ring features a hidden integrated design that illuminates with a gentle rhythm of light and dark so that it kind of changes the color or light intensity. See, it could be gimmicky, but hey, I'm all for it. I'm there for interesting pens. Let's see. The pen tip is professional and has high gloss. I did notice that in the video. The Huawei M Pencil Pro comes with 3 different nibs, each designed for specialized applications, allowing you to write and draw with exceptional ease. We'll see. At least these 2 are transparent. One is opaque. Let's see. Transparency increased by 20%, making the pen placement clearly visible. Okay, this is interesting. What I am getting from this is the transparency isn't a gimmick. It's actually a feature. That they want you to see the pressure sensing mechanism because you can see exactly where the tip is, where it's placed, right? And the challenge of this is, which I suppose they probably accounted for, if you're going to make the tip clearly shown, your calibration had better be really good too, because users would see if there's any miscalibration in the tablet. So they've raised a challenge for themselves in doing this. Micro pen nib. Okay, now this is interesting. Let's go back for a second. This clear plastic seems to go over the pressure sensing mechanism here. But this one does not look like that. This is, it ends before the nib. The nib is actually sticking out from it, right? And they call this the micro pen nib. Fine-grained material and fine tip allow you to write even the smallest characters cleanly. So it looks like this one is maybe designed more for people who are artists, I would guess. Okay, interesting. Let's get my music back on. And then they have writing nibs. Flexible and comfortable, you can write freely and write for a long time without getting tired. It's just opaque. I can't see if there's any other difference beyond that. But interesting. In one case, the nib is covered. And in one case, the nib is, so it's covered, but it's transparent. In the other case, the nib is exposed. It actually can touch the surface. In the third case, it's covered and it's opaque. Okay, very interesting. AI one-click access. The new smart key, equipped with an omnidirectional microphone, quickly enables voice interactions, and the breathing lightning effect of the Hong Meng star ring makes conversations more ceremonial. The text may be a little weird because, again, it's translated. Oh, Nick has a comment. Let's take a look. Am I the only one that doesn't trust a single line from these fancy promos? I can't even remember how many times I heard about new super pen that feels like real pencil on paper. Well, you know, there's, okay, let's break this apart. They all say it feels just like paper. It never feels just like paper. I wish they'd quit saying that. But yeah, the only way to know about this pen is to try it, because they all have such superlatives for these pens, and I don't mind that. But like, then I compare them to a pen that I've had from Wacom for 20-year-old pen, and the 20-year-old Wacom EMR pen is better than the new stuff. So, I want them to meet the bar of Wacom's professional pens. Then we'll talk business. That being said, there's some new features here like the squeeze. Happy to see that. Looks like they have barrel rotation as well, so that is nice. I'm not a barrel rotation user, but I know some people love it and they need it. Cube says the clear ones might be so it obscures the line you're drawing less. Yeah, I think that's right. They want you to see it more clearly. But yeah, again, I just think it raises the bar for calibration, because if your nib is opaque and thicker, you can probably be off by a pixel or two and someone might not notice so much. But here it's going to be really noticeable, I think. Okay, so a couple of things about this statement here. Omnidirectional microphone. If I'm understanding this correctly, and please, if someone's reading this in the original language, it sounds like there's a microphone in the pen. I'm kind of shocked about that. I think it could be really cool. I don't know exactly how they want me to use it. Like, I'm just going to pick up a random pen here. Am I supposed to use it like a microphone, like literally? Like, I can have a chat, like, I don't know, on Discord or something? It sounds like it. It sounds like I'd be able to do things. I mean, I'm just guessing here. I'm across the room with my pen and I tell it to schedule a meeting or something. And then they mentioned breathing lighting effect. So I guess it pulses, maybe when it's hearing things. Maybe it has some response to your environment or your voice. Interesting. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's some kind of trade war going on, and some kind of restrictions the United States has placed on certain manufacturers. I think Huawei is one of them. So I'm not sure I would ever be able to use this device. I would love to. I guess I'd have to find a tablet smuggler or something to get this tablet and this pen. We'll see. It might be worth it. Wake up. I don't know what this. I don't know if that's a person's name or it's just an expression, or the name of the tablet. Ask anything and get instant answers. Click, double click. This is not the context of this is not clear. What they mean. There's no buttons on the pen, by the way, not that I can see. Okay, so such handwriting is a natural CP. Don't know what that would mean in the translation. Lightly pinch, gently pinch the pen body and the rotary menu will appear. Okay, yeah. Pinching, because Apple Pencil supports that. This is interesting. Vibration feedback. Pinch or double click the pen body and it will respond. I guess it means it's some haptic feedback. Interesting. Side spin. Okay, the words that are in the translation I think are misleading, but let's go ahead and just read what it says. Side spin. The pen body rotates freely and the brush shape is precisely something. I can't seem to get it. Can I copy the text somehow? At least do that. Let's try that. It's precisely what? I'm just going to paste it in here. In the URL bar. Precisely controlled, bringing a more realistic writing and drawing. So the translation I think is off here. The auto translation that's done by Chrome. But I believe this is barrel rotation. And they're trying to communicate that as the barrel rotates, the orientation of your brush will also rotate. Let's see. Cube says the back of the pen might be a button. Oh, that would make sense. That would make sense if it was, right? Like to click it to maybe start recording or do something. Yeah. I'll check if they mentioned that. Let's see. Star Flash. I love these names. Star Flash connection with ultra low latency. Star Flash connection. That sounds like a character. Like what is that? What is that show called? Where that guy like slows down time for a few seconds, and he says, I don't even know what it means. He says, "Star Platinum the world," whatever that means, and some dramatic sound, and then like things start ticking down and slowing down. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, is that what it is? Anyway, I don't know. I'm just randomly saying because I saw Star Flash connection, and in my head, I pictured that character saying that, and that time slowdown effect starting. Neuralink, equipped with Star Flash wireless communication technology, the device resists signal interference. Okay, no complaints. And provides more stable connection. Always good. Low latency allows for fast and stable writing, allowing for smooth. Yeah, sure. The question is it as good as Apple Pencil and is it better than EMR? That's the question. I'm all happy for this tech if it improves things. Okay, over 10,000 levels of pressure sensitivity. I love this translation. I hope Zawarudo. Yeah, Boja's, yeah, that's it. We'll play that in a minute. It's such a wild thing. We have, by the way, we have someone on our Discord whose username is Jojo Siwa's Bizarre Adventure, and another joke. I hope it does say this in the original Chinese. Makes writing feel like a god. A stand, that's the word. Yeah, the stand, yes. I really want to watch that show and understand more what the lore is. I just do not know. Over 10,000 levels of pressure sensitivity make writing feel like a god. I love this. High pressure sampling rate, fast response, meticulous pen strokes, smooth transition of line thickness, professional writing and drawing without missing details. AI in promo, great idea. Well-known fact, all pro artists, they love AI. Yeah, the power level's over 10,000. Oh, by the way, I think I've told you in previous streams that I'm on a quest to make Dragon Ball my entire personality, right? So I've actually completed reading the Dragon Ball manga when Son Goku is just basically not doing the alien stuff. And I'm going to start the next set of the manga where he discovers he's a Saiyan and all that jazz. Okay? It's a good show. It's a good show here. I'll check it out. I've been thinking about subscribing to Crunchyroll. Is that what people still use for anime? Because I'm going to read at least that much of the Dragon Ball manga and then try to watch the show. Okay? I love Dragon Ball. I am totally into it. Again, because I'm going to make Dragon Ball my entire personality. So it's an attractive looking tablet and it's an attractive looking pen. No complaints there. Star Flash Search. Loving this. It supports star flash detection within, get this, it says 50 meters. Within 50 meters. That's a lot. 50 meters is a lot. So you're going to be able to find it anywhere in your house, for sure. The location and direction. Okay, so it knows, it's not just a proximity. It knows in space which direction to go to. That's good. Can be viewed in real time, making it easy to find the location. Brilliant! I'm all for this feature because, remember, I have this joke I've been making at Microsoft forever, which is that the job of a digital pen is to be lost, okay? And when these pens are expensive, Apple Pencil Pro is $130, Pro Pen 3 is $130, you don't want to lose your pen, right? So I'm loving this. You know what feature I'd like, honestly, also? Is an alarm if you get far away from your pen, because sometimes I have left my pen at restaurants, okay, and there's nothing like going home, you want to draw, and you have to drive back to a restaurant to go get your pen, and of course they don't know what it is, so they may not be treating it very gently like they need to. Let's see, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and HBO all have anime too. Crunchyroll doesn't have everything. Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought, I'm not too hip on all this anime stuff, but I thought Crunchyroll had everything, so this is news to me. I subscribe to Amazon Prime, so I'll check there too. JoJo Season 1 is a little slow, but the following seasons are great. Okay, so if I stick past Season 1, at least I'll probably get some understanding. But this is good. It's good. Now, there's something else here, which I didn't notice at first. Floor positioning intuitively displays this is wild. Intuitively displays the specific floor information of the stylus pen, supporting floor positioning in complex public spaces such as shopping malls and high. Okay, what I'm understanding from this is if you're like in a, 3-story building, you're not only going to understand which direction, but if it's above or below you. I think that's what it's saying. The specific text here makes it sound, the translation, of course, is doing its job. It makes it sound like it knows the exact floor it's on, at least relative to you, or understand the building structure, which I don't believe that could possibly be true. So we'll see. Harris says Samsung Ultraphones have a setting that tells you when you leave your pen behind, but I think it's only for the tiny pen that comes with it. Really? I have an S24 Ultra. I'll check that out. I'll check it out. Oh, look at this. There's another feature here. Lost reminder with online notification. Yes, I'm all for this. When the stylus is disconnected, the tablet receives a lost reminder push notification. When the tablet is reconnected, the tablet receives a prompt notification the stylus is back. Okay, that's good. You'd expect that. Loving these features. Hoping Wacom is watching. this. Okay, one puff. There is as much ink. Again, translation doing its job. The Huawei M Pencil Pro can be magnetically attached to the top of the device. Magnetically paired and always wiring, just like the Apple Pencil Pro. There's some notes here. I'm going to zoom it in so we can see the notes. Okay. The package includes one drawing nib, one writing nib. The micro writing nib, which is the one I was interested in, needs to be purchased separately in a nib set. So I guess you have to buy a couple of nibs. This feature, I don't know which feature this is because they had like reference numbers. They're just saying it's only available on certain when connected with certain tablets. Well, I want to get this tablet and I want to get this pen and see what's going on. Let's see. Harris says it's under more S Pen settings. I'll check it out after the stream, Harris. Thank you. Thank you. So this is interesting, and again, the reason it's interesting for me is if we don't see innovation in pen tech, we're always going to be having the same pens we have right now. It's one thing that they're expensive, but I think we need more features, okay? And I will say it like this. I am 100%, I love EMR and all that. I am totally okay with leaving EMR behind. I have no emotional attachment to EMR. I do believe on paper, and measurement-wise, it is the best pen tech we have. But if there's something that's better, I'm all there for it. And maybe this is better. We'll see. But as Nick points out, we have to separate lofty statements and promo materials from the truth. And so hopefully I'll get a chance to try this, or at least maybe somebody in a market where this is available can talk to us about it. Maybe Tio will be able to use this and give us some opinion of it. Okay, so that was the Huawei M Pencil Pro. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. One puff be about fast charging. Okay, really interesting. I would not have guessed that. Okay, next topic. So, it's the release of the Samsung Galaxy Tab S. Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Sorry, that was the correct one. So there's two new tablets that were announced. I don't know when they were revealed. I think it's yesterday, maybe today. But I have to admit I'm a little tempted. Now, I don't need any more tablets, let me assure you. But I was never really satisfied with my S8 Ultra. So I might get one of these. What I'm seeing is they're snappier. It comes with Android 16. And they have a new S Pen. And I'm really curious how this new S Pen, which looks like a different design, I think the protocol is like LPP or something, like some different protocol. Or I may be mixing that up with a different pen, but the point is there's some other change. And my question would be, can I use the old S Pens with it? Is the new S Pen any better? Don't know, because the old S Pen is, it's kind of so-so, right? It's not great. And I want a great pen. So we're just going to take a look and see if there's anything we can detect here. Really less about the tablet. I might get the Ultra. I'm not sure. It's AMOLED. I want more pen action. So they're saying that the pen and the tablet are IP68 dust and water resistance. Okay, whatever that means. They've made some improvements to DeX mode. Okay. I've never really used DeX mode. Happy to try. The pen can do quick tools. I thought that was already a feature in the S Pen. I may be wrong. The existing S Pen. Pin memos with S Pen. Easily attached sticky memos. Okay. doesn't seem... How much are these? So apparently only 2 of these S11s are available now. The S10, sorry, S11 Ultra and the S11. And I think they all come with at least 12 gigabytes. So you can have, that's a good number to have for a standalone. And you can get up to 16 on them. Okay, let's just see how much they cost. Okay, the Tab S11 Ultra is, this is the 1,100, basically 1,200. The S11 is basically $860. And can I adjust how much RAM I get in these things? It looks like you can adjust storage. See, IP68 means you can submerge it underwater at low depth and have no problems. Okay, that is useful. I have seen people who have accidentally dipped their pen, like it's fallen into water, and then that's a huge problem for people, so that's a very nice feature to have. I don't know, I'm tempted, honestly. Let's see what the S11 Ultra. S11 Ultra. Storage, you get 1 terabyte. I think if you get 1 terabyte, you get 16 gigabytes of RAM. But if it's just 512, you get 12 gigabytes of RAM. I am tempted, to be honest. I want a bigger screen, and I want something, but I want something with iPad performance, and I don't know if this is going to do it. So I may wait for some reviews. On the other hand, I may just get it because I am really curious about the S Pen. We'll see. We'll see. Is it on sale on Amazon? The reason I ask is I could theoretically just get it now if it's there. S11 Ultra, let's see. Let's try Tab. The S11 is there. Let's see, this is 3 sizes. Oh, this is the storage size. Let's look at the Samsung store and see if the S11 Ultra. I'm not seeing the S11 Ultra listed on the Amazon store, at least, so maybe I might order it from Samsung. I think I will get it, right? That should be at least a very fun live stream for us. Is there still expandable storage? Good question. Good question. Let's take a look at the specs, Hera. Where can I see it? Here, specs. I think people in the Discord were saying the SoC in the S11 Ultra performs better than the M4 chip on the iPad Pro. That's quite a statement. That's quite a statement. I'm there for it. I'm there for it. Let's see, I'm looking for... So yeah, definitely at least 12 gigabytes of RAM. Does it have... Yeah, it says right here it has external storage support, Hera. Micro SD up to 2 terabytes. So that's useful, I guess. I've never put a micro SD into a tablet, but okay. USB version is 3.2 Gen 1. Does that mean... So does that mean it'll send display... Like, can I have an external monitor with this? I don't think so. MHL... Actually, let me look up MHL. MHL, what does MHL mean? Don't quote me, Harris. Okay. I won't say you're the source of this information. Okay, what is MHL? Does anyone know? MHL support. The Michigan Hockey League. Mobile high definition link. Oh yeah, what's it mean? MHL is a standard that allows you to connect a mobile device such as a smartphone or tablet to a monitor. Oh, I see. This is DisplayPort out. Okay. Does the S11 support it? No. Okay, that's lame. But I bet you the Ultra does support it. So let's try. Oh, I thought this was the Ultra. Wait, it doesn't support it? Okay, hang on. Because if that doesn't support it, that's kind of bad. I would want this to be used as with a monitor. So that's kind of not good, right? Or I wanted to use this with this external monitor is what I mean. And it's not a Thunderbolt port, which is another kind of limitation. It's just a USB 3. What did it say? USB 3.2 somewhere here, right? Gen 1. So a little disappointed. I'm looking at the Ultra's specs as well. Okay. Maybe I'll get it. I don't know. I do like... We'll see. Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get the Ultra. Again, even if I'm not going to use it as a tablet, I got to find out about this new S Pen, right? Someone's going to ask, and they might as well find out from me. Okay. Next topic is so many people want to buy tablets and they need to compare. I'm going to show you how to do an easy comparison, okay? And this is building off what we talked about last time with Google's Notebook LM. So we're going to open up Notebook LM. And I'm not typing in the right place. Let's try this. And I'm going to open it up here. And in fact, since I'm opening up a lot, I'm going to put it up here. Google Notebooks, so try Notebook LM. This is free, by the way. You don't have to pay for anything. Create a new notebook, okay? And what we're going to do is show you how to compare multiple tablets, okay? Now, you can't trust AI for everything, but at least it's a good starting point. So let's pick two tablets that are similar, right? And we want to just compare them. Let's do the Intuos Pro 2025 versus the Intuos Pro 2017, right? Oh, Harris says it's the SoC is slightly below, not better. Okay, slightly below I can deal with. Better would have surprised me for sure. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to Intuos Pro 2025 large. We're just going to go in there and I'm going to just get to the first page I see. And we're going to see if this thing can figure it out, okay? So I think I want to click on a specific model. Are the specs here? I hope so. Okay, the full technical specs are there. So we're going to take this and we're going to put this in here into the notebook. And we're going to say, oh, I don't want to upload. I want a link, yeah, a website link, okay? So you paste in the first tablet, okay? And then let's find another one, which is the, which one? We want the Intuos Pro 2017 large, okay? I'm specifically saying large just because I don't want this thing to get confused comparing the smalls and mediums and all this jazz. And I'll go, again, to the Wacom store for this, because I know the specs are there. That's the key thing. Okay, I'm going to copy this. Let's just verify the specs are there. And they are, okay. Just to show you that they are, okay. I'm going to paste it in here. And I can probably avoid this little URL. Okay. Oops, paste it in the same one again. My mistake. Wait, it didn't take me to the right place, sorry. I was looking at the 2025 large. I wanted the 2017 large. Let's go ahead and just see what happens. Because one page lists one tablet, but the other page lists three. Okay? So let's just go ahead and insert them. Okay, and then I'm going to say... Oh, you can't see me type it in. It's okay. My mistake. So I opened up Notebook LM, okay? And all I did was I clicked add, and I added those two sources. I just pasted them in here. I clicked on link and then I added, and they're here. And now that's all that's happened. Nothing special has happened. And then I'm going to say, just naively, create a table that compares the specs between the Intuos Pro 2017 large and the Intuos Pro 2025 large. Let's just see if what would happen here. Who knows what it's going to do? Will it be able to figure out which tablet is which and give me what I asked for, which is a table of comparisons? Here is a comparison table. Where's my comparison table, dude? Okay, it didn't show it as a table exactly. Oh, now here it is. It did some thinking. Okay, let's see what it did. How well did it do at this task? Okay. So it talks about the model numbers, the tablet dimensions. I'm not sure why some of these things are crossed out like this. It's a little confusing. Looks right-ish. It has sources, right? Active area looks about right. Looks about right. Pen pressure levels, 60 degrees. So, and sometimes it says 60 levels, 60 degrees. That's actually, I think, what's in the Wacom docs itself. Pen side switches, 3. Multi-touch, yes, no, got that correct. Express keys, 8. Customizable, 10 customizable, yep. Touch ring, 2 mechanical dials. USB-A, Bluetooth Classic, USB-A or USB-C. This is not correct, actually. I mean, but I understand what they're trying to say. The port on the tablet itself is USB-C, but there's a cable that goes to USB-A to USB-C. So it's not quite understanding what, I don't blame it. Okay, this is good. It realized that there's a different material used for the body. The back of the new tablet has a magnesium back. Pen customization, okay, they captured that correctly. Included items, good. So this is actually good. And I'm gonna ask one more thing. Add a column, or add a row, comparing the aspect ratio of the active areas of the tablet. Let's see what it does. I know one's 16 by 9. I know one's like 16 by 10-ish. Let's see if it actually can figure out what to do here. So it's just generating. It'll take a minute to get the table generated. If it did. Is it done? Okay, it did it to me in text, but that's fine. So, they actually say that the Intuos, it's a bit hard to read actually. The newer model, PTX70, has a ratio of 1.79 to 1, or it's a little confusing. It's giving me 2 aspect ratios that are very close. It does not mention, here above it, it shows the aspect ratio for the older tablet, which is, it's actually 14. It's like 1.44, so more squarish to 1. So not bad. I mean, I'd have to check these numbers. Sometimes I've noticed it just picks the wrong numbers for things, so, but this is not bad. And if you ever need to compare something, this is at least a very good starting point, okay? I used to answer people all the time on Reddit. And they'd say, how do you compare this thing? Because I had this Excel spreadsheet of all these tablets, and I wrote this comparison program that just showed you this, just like this actually. in a table format, and it's just a pain to run that tool every time. So I'm hoping this alleviates some of that burden for me. Okay, my big new hardware this week. Give me a second. I'm gonna go get another Red Bull, and then I'm gonna show to you the new hottest device I just got, and we're gonna explore something. I'm gonna do something very interesting. Okay, so I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I have my mystery hardware here and my Red Bull. I buy a lot of tablets, I have a lot of devices, and I have a lot of cables as a result. And I don't even know which cable is which anymore. I try to label them. You can probably see that in some of my videos, they're labeled. But sometimes there's like all these cables, I just don't know what they do, and of course, you cannot look at a cable and figure out whether it supports DisplayPort or how much power it supports or how much data. Well, good news. You know, we got something from Austria arrived. Something good news from Austria. And what is it? It's this box. It says Caber QU or Caber Q, I don't know. But it's a USB-C cable tester. And this might finally, I saw this in some tech reviewers thing, I forgot who, and this might be finally the year I'm able to figure out what cables do what and debug problems. And why don't some cables work with some devices? Okay? So this cost me, I think, I want to say this cost me less than $200. It's not a big device. It's not a big device. I'll show it overhead. In fact, why don't I just show you the overhead right now? Okay. Let's Zoom out a little bit here. Okay, that's this device. Okay, BLE CaberQ, small device. All the packing materials. Move it over here. There's some kind of cord here, which I ordered. I think this is intended to be plugged into the computer. I'm not totally sure, but it's very clear what it supports on this thing. 240 watts, 5 amps, 240 watts, 4 gigabits per second, half meter, right? Okay. And then there's a manual. We're gonna have to look at this manual. And then we'll test a cable. I won't bore you with testing every cable, but for example, this cable, I use this. I know it supports data because I've tried it, but I can't remember. Does it support a lot of power or little or what? And I've got this cable charging my AirPod Pros. I'm like, sometimes it doesn't seem to charge other things fast enough. So I got to figure this out. This is going to solve this problem for me. So let's take a look at this tester here. And I am hoping to solve my mystery. Why do some Thunderbolt cables work with some tablets but not others? Or they're finicky with other ones. Let me move this keyboard out of the way a little bit. Okay. Great. I think I'm safe there. And hang on a second. There we go. So this is the instruction manual. So basically, I think this thing goes to the computer, and then you take one cable and you plug both ends into these opposite sides of the device. I think that's what's working, how it works here. Right, safety notes. Sure, read the instructions carefully, you got it. Okay, quick start guide says, connect the USB-C cable top port to power using a 5-volt power supply with at least 500 milliamps current capability. I can do that. Do not connect power to the side ports 1 and 2. The screen will light up and it will guide you to correctly insert the cable you want to test. Okay, so don't plug in the cable I want to test first. It'll tell me. Plug both ends into the thing and the digital display will show maximum data transmission, maximum power and cable health percentage. I think it's supposed to tell me if DisplayPort is supported as well. We'll see. It's got 4 buttons. There's the powers on top. And this actually shows you what's inside. So it's this little circuit board with some screen. And they say you can replace different parts here. It's good. And then I don't know how to read this. It says USB-C connector summary. It's got telling me what the pins are, I guess. Right? I don't have any background in this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, here we go. Useful cable variants. While there are many cables for different applications, only a few types are most common. So it'll tell me the data transmission speed. It'll tell me power transmission, and then I believe it'll tell me these USB alternate modes. So I'm looking for Thunderbolt, DisplayPort, those kind of things. Okay, let's see how it informs me about that. And don't know what this means exactly about audio. Anything else in here? As well as manufacturers have no influence on installation, therefore warranty of the product only applies to the okay, whatever. Okay, so I've got a cable at my feet I can test. Where'd my red book go? Do I need 2 keyboards? MX keys have that quick switch allowing quick pairing with multiple devices. I think the problem is I'm having mixed success. Like even this keyboard with its buttons to switch, which it has 3 buttons. Sorry, I know. You can't see the 3 buttons here, right? That switch. The problem is when it's wireless, I don't know what it is about my Macs, but they're all kind of flaky with these kind of Bluetooth keyboards. And this was, sometimes it switches perfectly, and then even if it's switched correctly, the Mac is just like, it gets real sluggish with the keystroke. So that's why the other keyboard's physically connected to my Mac, and this one's reserved for my Windows PC on my left, and it's wirelessly connected. I would love to go to one keyboard. I tried that for a couple of streams. It just was, it worked sometimes, then it would get unreliable, and then it would frustrate me because I'd have to go get a physical. And it affected the keyboard and it affected the mouse sometimes because these were linked. So that's the reason I'm actually have two keyboards and two mice, Nick. Okay, I've got this thing. I'm gonna unplug it or unwrap it here. Let me show you my screen or my overhead. Okay, and it looks like it's got a little peel film for use. Sure, I'll do that. How do I get this film? Oh, sorry, you can't see it all. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it? Okay, this little thing is a little harder to get off. It's okay, but carefully. Almost got it off. Gonna just lay some of that there and scrape the rest of this off my fingernail. That's good enough for now. It looks disgusting and ugly, but oh, there's one more film. That's fine. There's one more film. Sorry. There's another plastic film, so I don't need to worry about that at all. There we go. Okay. A little bit of. It's very lightweight. This is not okay. So power is up here, and then I think I can use basically anything to power it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to power it from. I have a U-Green USB powering thing here. Let me zoom out so you can see a little bit better. This may save me a lot of time. So I'm just put it in here, just like they said. Just put it in. It'll power on. Okay, the screen went nuts for a second. Okay, now it says please. I'll show it to you. Sorry. Can you see? Let me get this out of the way. I think this thing is focusing on it. Can you see it? It says please connect cable. Yeah, it's a little hard to see, huh? Oh, at this angle you can probably see it. Please connect a cable. Let's see. Oops. Right? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in the very cable that I use for, where is it? It's at my feet. Oh, it's on my lap. Okay. I'm going to zoom out. You're not going to be able to see this quite clearly, but we'll see what happens. So that's in one end. And let me move the keyboard out of the way. Otherwise, I'm going to accidentally click on things. And then we're going to do this one. Okay, what's it say? The light flash red is flashing red. It's measuring. Okay. Now this is saying that this cable is data speed is 0 gigabits per second, which is weird because it does carry data. Charging power is 15 watts. Cable health is 100. And I'm going to press the right button, I suppose, to specs. You can't see it at all, so let me zoom in a little bit, otherwise you're just going to be looking at blurry stuff. Let's see if we can make this a little bit better for you, for your eyes. Okay, yeah, I think you can see it when I do it like this. So, USB 1.1, 2.0, 3.0, 3.1. It says USB 4, it says audio accessory mode, alternate mode, voltages, and then go to details. USB pins connected. I'm scrolling down here. Voltage. That's for the unit itself. currents USB connector. It's got a diagram of the pins. I don't know what all that means, to be quite honest with you. What I want to know is about these alternate modes. Like, what modes do I have exactly? I'm not seeing that. Okay, so I'm going to unplug this, and I'm going to plug in a Thunderbolt cable, because this was not supposed to support DisplayPort. I knew that. Let's plug in a different one. So give me a second. I'm going to be right back. Okay, I am back. And, oops, let me get my, picking on the wrong things all the time now. Oh, try this again. Why is it not showing my face? Oh, I think my camera has had a slight problem. I'll be right back again. Okay, I'm back. Sometimes my camera just sort of falls asleep for some unknown reason. I gotta debug that. So this is a Thunderbolt cable from CalDigit. It's a Thunderbolt 4 cable. And what it says is 40 gigabytes speed, up to 100 watts of power delivery. Thunderbolt 4, Thunderbolt 3, and it says USB-C 4, 3.2, 3.1, 3.0, 2.0. And the reason I needed this for some other reason, but we're going to test this cable to see if the specs listed here match what it says. Right? Let's take a look. So, please connect cable, it says. So we're going to do exactly what it asks us to do. We're going to please connect the cable. So I'll connect it here. And move this pen out of the way. Connect it here. It should start. It says measuring, please wait. Okay, this is good. So first of all, it just matches the specs exactly. Data speed is 40 gigabits per second, which is what it says on the package. Charging power is 100 watts, which is what it says on the package. Let's take a look at the specs. So, okay, in the previous cable, all these yellow, these were not lit up this way. So this is telling me some of these things are lit up, and it supports more. More of the pins are lit up as well. I still wish it could tell me which alternate modes were used here. I'm looking. I don't see a... I'm looking for the word Thunderbolt or DisplayPort or something. I wish it would just tell me. It's not solving every one of my problems, but let me take a look at the manual and just see if I can determine a little bit more about whether it supports DisplayPort exactly. So basically it's not telling me, it'll tell me that it supports some alternate mode, but not which one. And that's a shame, because I really wanted this to be able to tell me if it supported that. So it's not a total loss. This is actually still good for me. I'm still going to be able to use this to test a bunch of my cables, because I still don't know which one's carrying enough power, right? Or why some things seem to have difficulty. So this is still very useful for me. My plan is to use this device to identify all the cables that are really what I'd call just not junk cables, but cables that just do very low data transfer, like for a keyboard or a mouse or something like that, and label them as, you know, these kind of low power, low data cables. And then just, I want to tier my cables to find out which ones are like support the most power and the most speed. And I'd probably have so many of the ones that have support a lot of power and speed. I'll probably just put all the ones that are low power like in a special box and never talk about them again. Okay? Because I have too many cables. So that was my purchase today. Again, the only feature I really wanted here is if it could tell me if DisplayPort alt mode was available, because then I'd feel better. But I think I can maybe infer it by looking at this a little bit, because it does tell me things like USB 4 is supported. And that USB 4 does mandate, I think, DisplayPort, so that's good. And this cable is listed as a Thunderbolt cable, so maybe the fact that it says USB 4 is enough to give me the information I want, right? I'm going to test one more cable, if you can just bear with me for a second. I'm getting the Wacom Movink cable out, because I found that the Wacom Movink was very sensitive, like it needed this specific cable. It was having a little bit of problem working with random Thunderbolt cables, and you saw that in one of my previous streams. Let's take a look. Okay, I'm going to disconnect here. I'm loving this bookmark, despite my disappointment about that it's not explicit about Thunderbolt. This is very useful for me. I'll be able to at least get rid of a lot of cables that I know I don't need. Okay, so this is the Movink. And see, I told you I label my cables. It almost rhymes, right? So I labeled them like this, so I always know. When you have 100 tablets, you have too many cables, so you have to have some way of. And you know, I bring my tablets out, and sometimes I lose track of the cables. It's measuring. Okay, 10 gigabits per second for this, 60 watts. Okay, so this is for the Movink. So this cable does not show an alternative mode. These things, sorry, you can't see it. They don't light up like they did for the Thunderbolt. So I'm not sure how to interpret that exactly, to be quite honest. But it might explain why this tablet was very peculiar about which cable it used. Interesting. The pins look different. I mean, different ones are active, so it's a different kind of cable. yeah, so this is my new little toy. I think this is going to be very helpful for me. Okay, I'm disconnect it. And I'm going to leave this as part of my tablet testing kit. And I'm really happy. I am happy I bought this. It is going to solve a problem for me. Let me put it over here next to my equipment. Okay, and another drink of Red Bull. Okay, let me just make sure nothing weird is going on in Discord. I see people have been chatting away. Okay, I don't think anyone has anything for me for the stream. So we'll just continue on our topics. And we've gone through a lot of stuff today. Let's see what else I have for you. There's a video Tio made. I want to watch that about the EMR pens and sort of debug or not debug, but like dive into what he found. So we'll take a look at that. Rebel 8. Let's take a look at the Rebel 8 and just see what the update was very quickly. Rebel 8 update. Looks like performance improvements. So it looks like just a minor update, but sorry, it's a minor number, but it says a major performance improvement. Maybe I'll check it out later in the stream. Let's see. Harris says, you're just yapping off topic. Did you try those Stettler pens? I haven't tried them. I'll try them live. I tell you, I'll try it live actually. Let me take a look at one more topic, Hera, and I'll actually just try them right in front of everyone. Actually, you know what? I'll try it right after the Tio video, because that's actually quite related, because he's talking about those pens. So let me turn up the video here, or the audio, sorry. And the background music, because we're gonna need to listen to Tio. And let's go find Tio. So give me a second, and I will... It's a good timing for this. Let's see, YouTube. Tio on tech. Okay, yeah, I found it. So it's this video called Wacom Moving Pad 11 with other EMR pens. And he tries a bunch of them with the moving pad, which is quite interesting. So we might try it with the moving. So let's just first see if I can just get the audio working correctly. So I'm going to need to unmute this thing. And let's just see if it works first.
Full review for the Wacom Moving Pad 11. I found out that...
Okay, you should be able to hear it. If no one's hearing it, just let me know. We'll address that. So let me maximize this for greater visibility, and I'll rewind it to the beginning. And Nick is asking, has anyone ever used those erodible brushes in Photoshop? I don't even know what that means, Nick. I'm only doing like basic photo editing with Photoshop, so I've not tried anything creative really. Okay, let's see what Tio is finding here. These are the UD-EMR. He doesn't say it like this, but it's the UD-EMR pens with the moving pad. Let's see. I will be kind of busy in 10 minutes or so, but I can scrub back. Just curious how the eraser works, which one you like most on Samsung devices or Moving 13. Okay, perfect. I will try to optimize what I do for your scenario, Hera. Okay, let's start watching Tio. It's only an 8-minute video. But we'll pause, of course, to examine what he's saying.
Hey everyone, Tio here. In my full review for the Wacom Moving Pad 11, I found out that the Wacom 1 standard pen. In my full review for the Wacom Pad Moving In my full review for the Wacom Moving Pad 11, I found out that the Wacom 1 standard pen actually can draw thinner lines more easily compared to the Wacom Pro Pen 3 that's included with the tablet. So
let's take a pause there. He found that the CP923 pen can draw thinner lines than the Pro Pen, I believe, 3. Now that in and of itself is interesting. It's explainable from some measurements I've done, but we need to understand more. It's not entirely clear whether it's a good or bad thing. Okay?
In this video, I'm going to test all the different pens with Wacom EMR on the Wacom Moving Pad 11. This is just a pressure sensitivity test, and we will start with the Wacom Pro Pen 3. So this is how thick the line is, and I'm going to draw thin lines just by glancing the pen on the surface. So I am able to draw thin lines quite easily here. Let's switch to the Wacom 1 pen with one side button.
This pen he's showing right now is the CP913.
I had to press down much harder to get the thicker lines. So as I glance the pen on the display, there are no lines. So for this pen, I actually have to press down a bit harder. So he said to draw those really thin lines, he had to press down harder, I suppose, than he expected. That's what we'd expect for the CP913 pen. So that's in line with our expectations. Let me just right here, press harder. If I don't press down, I just can't get the lines. Next, we have the Wacom 1 standard pen. And this one is fitted with the Wacom elastomer nib, which is the soft nib.
And this is the CP923 pen.
And here I can draw thin lines quite easily. Actually, the performance today is similar to the Wacom Pro Pen 3. So
that statement was a little surprising to me. He's saying that he found the low pressure, meaning I guess the IAF, to be similar to the Pro Pen 3. That's not what I'd expect. My measurements and cubes show that pen, the CP923, has a relatively high initial activation force. I believe it's over 5 gram force. I think Cube may have even measured it higher. We can double check. But it's both the CP913 and 923, I think, are around the same place. And on top of that, to be totally clear, also, I believe the firmware in Wacom tablets does something with the pressure information they're getting from the pen that makes it seem like they have even higher IAF. So that's something to take into account. That's sometimes why I mention for these UD-EMR pens, you've got to try them on a Samsung device and then separately on a Wacom device, right? Because there's some difference going on with how their pressure's being interpreted. And just to get to the short of it, I think the pressure with these consumer UD-EMR pens, I think they work better with a Samsung device. That's my initial feeling. I don't want to fully commit to that, but I think that is what I'm starting to feel as I draw.
The Wacom 1 standard pen has 2 side buttons instead of the 1 button on the Wacom 1 pen. Next, we have the Samsung S Pen. Yeah, I had to press down much harder to get the thicker line. This is with the hard tip, and if I just glance on the display, nothing happens. I have to press down a bit harder to get the lines. And I can see the lines are actually slightly thinner compared to the lines so far. But I do have to press down a bit harder to get those lines. So let me just right here press harder. Next we have the Staedtler Norris Digital Jumbo. This is the thicker version. I lost the thinner one. And this one has a felt tip on it, a soft tip. So as I glance on the display, I can draw thin lines really easily. So this pen is actually quite sensitive. And the performance, I would say...
Okay, he found that to have greater sensitivity, I suppose lower IAF. That was interesting.
It is quite similar to the Wacom Pro Pen 3. And next we have the Pilot Dr. Grip B, Wacom EMR. I can draw thin lines quite easily as well. Performance is similar to the Norris Digital and the Wacom Pro Pen 3. Lamy AL Star. Okay, for this I have to press down harder. Yeah, so if I just glance the pen on the display, nothing happens. So I have to press down harder to get the lines. Let's right here, press harder. By the way, the pen performance for all these pens may vary depending on which pen tip you use. Okay, so last pen that I have here is the Samsung S Pen again, this time with the elastomer nib. Okay, I have to press down a bit harder as well. Okay, but this time round, this S Pen is able to draw the thin lines with me just glancing on the surface. But for the S Pen with the hard tip, yep, I definitely need to press down a bit harder to get those lines. I also want to test the Samsung Creator Edition S Pen, which I do not recommend because you cannot get replacement pen tips even today, many months or a few years after the release of this pen. So let's just test here. Yeah, I have to press down a bit harder to get the thicker lines. So if I glance the pen tip on the display, I can barely see any lines. When I zoom in close, I can see the lines are really thin. So this could be good for people who want really thin lines. But even so, I will not recommend this pen because replacement pen tips are difficult or impossible to find. From the results you see here, you can from the results you can see that some pens require you to press down a bit harder to draw the lines, but all the pens can draw thin lines. So drawing thin or thick lines is not an issue with all these pens. Now let's take a closer look at the Pro Pen 3 and the Wacom.
Let's see, take a quick pause. We see Rain has a comment. So you said some of your tests could explain why the Wacom 1 pen may have made thinner lines more easily. Yes, I'll try to elaborate. It's a weird thing, and it's really around why the way Wacom processes pressure. It's we'll have to walk through it. The other thing that just strikes me here is about this thin line test. When a pen, you can make a pen draw a thin or thick line at light pressure because you can use pressure curves. So if you get a pen and you're drawing and the initial line, even when you're very light stroke, it's too thick for you, you can just use a pressure curve to fix. So, and this is something I just want to emphasize. You should always be, what was the lesson we learned in the previous stream? A, B, C. A, always B, B, B-E, and C, curving. Always be curving. You should always use a pressure curve because you can get a better effect. And some people are very disappointed when they try their new pen and it doesn't work the way they imagine it should. Just use a pressure curve. You can address most problems, or many of them at least.
Wacom 1 standard pen. So it looks like the line performance or the pen performance is the same. But for some reason, if I hold the Wacom 1 Pro Pen 3 vertically and draw with minimal pressure, you can see the line is quite thick. If I draw from the side like this, it's thin.
Okay, so this is another interesting topic. Tilt does affect the way the pressure way the pressure works. It doesn't literally change the IAF, but it sort of has that effect. Pens are the most sensitive when they're straight up and down, right? Like this, right? Because all the force on the nib is going straight to the pressure sensor. When they're at an angle like this, like you're pressing down like this, it's like a vector, right? Like the force is going up, but only part of that force is being directed into the nib. And it has the net effect, most of us draw it like a 45-degree angle. It has the net effect of you're having to physically press harder to get the some pressure into the pen, right? It thinks you're pressing very lightly, but you're actually physically pressing a lot because most of the force is being directed into the barrel of the pen. There's no sensor there, right? So I just want you to realize that's his experience there about putting the pen like this and drawing, and it's a thick line. It's normal. That's what is supposed to happen with an EMR pen because they're more sensitive there, right? And yeah, it should be a smaller stroke, meaning less pressure when you're like this, because even if you're pressing down, the pressure is only part of it's hitting the pressure sensor, right? So this is expected.
Now for the Wacom 1 standard pen, if I hold it vertically, I can still draw thin lines easily. If I hold it at an angle, I get the same performance. With the Pro Pen 3, if this is vertical, the lines are thicker. So how you hold a pen?
Now let's talk about his experience here, because he says when he's tilting the Wacom 1 standard pen, that's the CP. Okay, Hera, we'll be looking forward to seeing you in 10-20 minutes then. And then I think we'll probably be talking about his video, so you might catch us when we start actually testing the pens for you. Okay, so getting back to what Tio is showing here, with the CP923 pen, he said that when he's tilting straight up or at an angle, it's still thin strokes, thin lines. There is an explanation for this, and I think it'll happen when we're trying to answer Rain's question. Okay, so let's continue and see.
Or the angle of the pen may also affect pressure sensitivity. And now let's test tilt sensitivity, Wacom Pro Pen 3 versus Wacom 1 standard pen. So I'm going to draw with minimal pressure, and then tilt, and then with minimal pressure. Now I'm drawing with minimal pressure, with heavy pressure, with tilt and heavy pressure, and with minimal pressure. Now with the Wacom 1 standard pen, with minimal pressure, with tilt, with minimal pressure, with minimal pressure, with tilt and pressure, and minimal pressure. So same thing. If I hold the pen more vertically with the Wacom Pro Pen 3, you can see there is more pressure because the lines here are darker compared to the lines here. But otherwise, tilt performance is similar with these two pens and also with the other pens. So the Wacom Pro Pen 3 has pretty good pen performance on.
Now, let's go back to that. That's actually another interesting facet. Because the reason I spend so much time explaining how these pens work is that we then have a mechanism to understand the phenomena we see, right? Why do pens behave a certain way? Why? We have a theory now about it. And so his thing about tilt is interesting. So what you have to remember about tilt is this. Let me put my face there. Tilt is a function of the tablet, not the pen. The pens don't know they're tilting. They have no idea that there's tilting going on. They don't have special electronics for tilt. Apple Pencil may, because it doesn't use EMR, but EMR pens don't. I've said many times, you get tilt for free with the existing pen hardware. It's the tablet that senses tilt. Okay, so it doesn't surprise me that here he found very similar behavior because he's using the same tablet. Now, and these are all pens that are the tilt is detected because of the way EMR works, right? It is possible to have some differences, right? But I don't expect to see any major differences, unlike pressure, which is detected in a very different way. So this doesn't surprise me. There could be, again, you could find a pen where tilt is not behaving correctly for some reason. It could be the pen itself that's causing the problem, but typically we would not expect that because, again, tilt is something the tablet's calculating. Okay.
Pens. So the Wacom Pro Pen 3 has pretty good pen performance on this tablet, so it's not really necessary to buy other pens. The main reason to buy other pens would be for the design, if you don't like this slim pen design, because with all these options here, you can have a triangular body, a pen with a cap, a big grip, and well, just more designs.
Okay, so yeah, he points out that you don't need to buy these other pens. The reason I recommend people buy these other pens is not because they're great pens, they might be. It's because the Pro Pen 3 is $130 if you ever lose it and get a replacement or break it. So I recommend buying one of these other UDMR pens, maybe a used one even or whatever. They're much cheaper, like $30. Because when you're traveling and you lose your pen or it's broken and you've got a deadline maybe, at least you've got a pen that works to some degree. And these pens do work. They won't feel as good as the Pro Pen 3 or Pro Pen 2, but they work. And they're cheap, relatively speaking. Okay, Rain says, I'm wondering if some of these differences are due to the nibs on the Wacom Pro Pen 3 for moving pad 11 are kind of longer seeming. It's possible, but the nibs don't really sense pressure at all. They just transmit the force into the pen where the piezoelectric pressure sensor lives. So could they affect a little bit of how pressure works? Yes. I haven't really found nibs to be a cause, at least the typical nibs we see, plastic, etc., felt, to cause any difference in pressure sensitivity, right? Because at the end, they just transmit the pressure. Okay? So now let's actually try to answer Rain's question, right? Which is a few minutes ago, Rain said, so you said some of your tests could explain why the Wacom One pen made thinner lines more easily. Okay, so to show this, I want to show a PowerPoint that is somewhere. Okay, give me a minute. Let me locate this PowerPoint. And you're going to notice something. Now, I always say don't trust my measurements for IAF, and when we're talking about this topic, it's close to the IAF. But in this case, I'll make an exception because it's at least worthy to look at some of the information I have, the data I collected, that I measured, because it'll show you something weird. And we have to think about what that weird thing is. Okay, where is my belongs here? Slide library, there we go. So let's just talk about a good pen. And I actually recently discovered, I did some measurements of the SenseLabs pens. Let's take a look at what I found again. And the reason I'm picking the SenseLabs ones is I'm very confident about their IAF. It was the first time ever I felt confident about measurement of IAF. Okay. This is the V2 SenseLabs pens. Do I have it up here? Oh, did I not paste it in? Okay, I guess I didn't do that correctly. Let me just try then. We could do some vibe coding and build our own tool to analyze that. Let's try, I'll do Pro Pen. Why not? Wacom's Pro Pens. And let me just delete, oops, I deleted too much. Sorry, give me a second. I need to delete something. In my last stream, I was drawing on these graphs, and there's all these like little squiggly marks everywhere. So this is, what you're about to see is the Pro Pen 3 measurements. I removed all the squiggles. And ignore the one that's kind of over. These are very close to, they're very low, these IF values, okay? And remember, the Propen 3, Propen 2, they have an IF that's less than 1 gram force based on Cube's measurements. He's measured Propen 2. I don't think he's measured the Propen 3. But I believe that's probably the case with Propen 3. And forget where they land. Oh, so you're not seeing it because I forgot. I'm not showing it to you. Okay, sorry. Here not that one. I want this one. There we go. These are the Propen 3 measurements. And forget that some of these look like they're 10. They're not. It's my measuring problem, okay? The key point is just take a look at how they all dive down, okay? So they all are headed somewhere. My flaw is I have trouble figuring out where the IF is. I measured this, I think, in 2003, and I had a lot of problems finding the starting point where they actually intersect the x-axis. And that's why they're not at 0 gram force or under 1 gram force. But the shape is interesting, right? They all just kind of dive and stop. They dive straight down. Okay, good. Now that we've settled there, let's take a look at, what do I want here? I want these are the UD EMR pens, or Wacom consumer pens, okay? Let's take a look at these. Okay, and you're going to notice something, which is interesting. And again, I've got my flaws with how I measure things. And you're seeing some of that, but you're also going to see something a little bit more strange. So this is the Wacom 1 Gen 1 pen, CP913. Take a look at this, and let's talk about it. Now, they all are shifted over a little bit, right? They look like they're at least 10 gram force or something. Again, I'm not good at measuring IAF, especially when I measured this. But we have always known that these pens have a higher IAF, okay? Also, you notice something weird with 2 of the pens, which is they kind of have this leg. They don't go down smoothly. 2 of the pens kind of go over a little bit. Part of that's due to me, part of that's due to the pen. One more thing. I collect a lot of data for these pens, right? I spent like so many minutes drawing with the CP923 pen and the CP913 pen. And especially the CP923 pen, something weird happens, okay? And I'm going to have to draw this for you because it's such a weird thing. So let me get the Microsoft whiteboard up. And I always forget where this darn thing is, don't I? Microsoft whiteboard. I think this is it. Yeah. Open the whiteboard. Okay. So I need to think about how to draw this for you because it's a weird picture. And I'm actually drawing it with one of the weird pens. Okay. So let's start to try to figure this out. Here is logical pressure. So 0% to 100%. Okay. And then here is physical pressure, and that's 0 gram force. And because I don't need to do the full pressure range, let's just draw it out to like 50 gram force, okay? Because there's more, but like we don't need to talk about it, okay? So maybe 50 is not even the right one. Let's change this. Let's try to say 1 gram force, 2 gram force, 3. Let's erase this. I can't draw straight lines, as everyone is now seeing. Okay, let's put it like this. Okay, this is physical force on the x-axis. Let's draw the Propen 2. Based on Cube's measurements, and we think the Propen 2 has an initial activation force of less than 1 gram force, which is excellent. So roughly speaking, this will actually look like this. And I'm going to zoom in. Instead of saying 100%, we're just going to zoom into 50%, even 20% here, okay? Something like that. So this is going to go, we're zooming in on the lower left part of this graph. So the red is going to be pro pen 2, okay? So red is pro pen 2. We'd expect it to look like something like this. I'm just going to arbitrarily say the IAF of this pen is 0.5 gram force, okay? So it would look something like this, actually. Right? Like, and actually, there's a little leg here, okay? We'll talk about that leg in a second. So this is the Pro Pen 2. And so up until the IAF of 0.5, the pressure is getting read as 0, 0, 0, 0. That's what this leg is, all right? You need to remember that because it's going to change in just a minute. So this leg here, this foot, yeah, foot's a better word, is 0, 0, 0. Then all of a sudden it starts climbing up. The second we hit the IF and it starts shooting up, right? Something like this, okay? We're good? Now, this is what we'd expect. This is roughly speaking how all pens behave. Now, when I was measuring the CP923, I found something odd. And I don't know if I found it with the CP913, but I did see something odd. And again, this is a measurement that happened a couple of years ago, right? So I'm going to erase the Pro Pen 2. Or can I duplicate this whiteboard? Because that would actually be a little bit better than... let's go back. Let me see if I can duplicate this because I... Oh man, I wish I could duplicate this. I hate that. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to go back to it actually, and I'm gonna edit it. Okay. And I'm gonna draw with blue. Hi, Hera. We haven't done the testing yet. I'm just explaining something to answer one of Rain's questions. So red was the Pro Pen 2, and this is what you should see. Now blue is the CP923. This is what I feel I saw. This is going to get a little subtle, okay? So I'm going to exaggerate this a little bit, okay? So first of all, we know that we're going to see zeros all the way out to like 5 gram force, okay? So I'm covering up the red, okay? That's okay, right? So let's just say the pen is here. Some people measure it higher, some people measure it lower. But something weird happens, actually. It's not like this. It should look like this. And then starting at 5 gram force, you should see it like this. It should look exactly like a Pro Pen, but the leg should be much wider, right? So this isn't quite what I saw, actually. This isn't quite what I saw. What I saw was something more like this. And I'll tell you why. I didn't have a graph for it, so I have to tell you what I have to draw it as a graph, and I'm going to tell you the difference. So all this blue line here is at 0, okay? It's at 0. But that's what I thought, that's what we expect to get. What I actually saw was, I'm going to erase this line just a little bit because you got to see the black line for this to make any sense. What I actually saw was the blue line was one pressure level higher than that, above 0. Okay? So instead of percentages, if it goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 8,000 or whatever, it was 0, 0, 0, and somewhere here, I don't know where, I started getting the number 1. Is everyone with me? Right? So the pen was actually more sensitive than the tablet let on, but I was getting a lot of 1s, okay? And then the leg didn't start here for some strange reason, okay? The leg did not start there. The leg actually suddenly jumped up. I'll draw it like it went straight up for a second, and kind of did like this. Is that making sense? So in other words, another way of thinking about this, let me erase this, is the behavior I think I saw the ideal behavior, sort of, if we assume that the initial activation force was actually 3 gram force, was zeros all the way through here, and it goes up like this, okay? And then it appeared like there was some processing to do the following. I believe this happens in the tablet. It would, this part from here was cut out, okay? And all of that curve was replaced by a value of 1. Okay? And then the curve resumes here. You getting what happened? Rain? It almost appeared to me that the CP923 pen was actually more sensitive than you might believe, but they did something to make it effectively have an higher IAF for your eyes. Now, I can't be totally sure of this, and I may be misinterpreting things, but something is weird about the pen. Something is really weird. Now, why do I bring this up, and how is it related to the earlier point about thin lines? Well, guess what? This pressure level value is 1, and a pressure level value of 1 divided by 4,000 is a very small number, which means you'll get a very thin line in this pressure range, this physical pressure range, and then it will suddenly ramp back up into something bigger. Now, again, this was happening with the combination of CP923 plus the I think the Wacom 1 pen tablets, the 2023 edition, right? 2023, and I think the pen displays. And I went into great detail around. I didn't have this explanation though. Okay, so that's what I saw was going on. And remember, and then I noticed, I think this didn't feel quite the same way on my Samsung device. Same pen, Samsung. And so I started getting into my head, I wonder if the pens are actually a little bit better than we think. I'm not saying they're pro pen quality. I mean, they're still higher, but there's some other stuff going on that makes the pen worse to draw with, right? Like, this will give you, this will start you off at what seems to be like a higher, thicker line, because you're jumping up to 20% here. And am I right about the ones here? Why do I say that was happening? When I looked at, I just did a bunch of pressure measurements. I just collected a bunch of numbers. And let me just say it like this. Let me start a new whiteboard for a second. This is where we get into my conspiracy theory stuff, right? Theoretically, if I draw a stroke and I press from nothing, meaning there's no pressure, to max pressure, what you should see, if you do a distribution, right, you should see that basically from, this is the number of pressure levels. So this is not the same kind of chart. This is like pressure level 0. Let me draw it like this. These are bins, actually. These are bins. So 0, 1, 2, 3. You should see that I get, I don't know, if I draw a line for 1 second, you should see like 50 counts of zeros. 50 times the number 0 was returned. You should see like 52 times the number 1 was returned. 50, you get my point? That's in theory what you should see. What I found was there was a weird over-representation. So if there was like, say, 2,000 data points, you'd expect the pressure level 1 to be like, I don't know, let's just say 50. But actually, I found it represented like 200 times. You understand? So I believe that somewhere in the tablet firmware, it's detecting pressure, but it's mapping it to 1. Meaning at the very lowest. And why it's doing that, I don't know. Now, this was measurements I made 2 years ago, and maybe my interpretation is all messed up. But I think the CP923 pen is kind of sabotaged a little bit on Wacom. Now, this is at least my interpretation. There could be physical reasons for this, but they do have a higher IAF. But this is explaining why there seems to be a weirder behavior, okay, than just a higher IAF. And I just wanted to point that out. And this is to the point, why were we seeing thin lines with the CP923? Doesn't it have higher IAF? Well, if it has IAF, that means it's easier to get a thin line, right? But paradoxically. ProPen 3, remember, ProPen 3, you press a little bit, it'll shoot up to 20%, right? But with the CP923, you have to press harder to get to the same level, right? Right, Rain, I see your comment here. Are you getting me, right? It's like something weird is happening with how pressure is being processed. And so when we do Harris tests, we're going to need to look at it on the moving pad, on the moving, and on a Samsung device, right? It's a great conspiracy. Yeah, it is. I could be totally wrong, right? I just want to make sure if the tablet police are listening, that I admit I could be totally wrong, right? Because this is just, I didn't have my knowledge 2 or 3 years ago in 2023 that I have now about pressure and the numbers, and I hadn't written my own testing app, so my knowledge is greater now, and I have more pens now. Okay, let me take a look at that. I think Nick's got a comment. Have you tried that program Lazy Nizumi? It adds stroke smoothing and assistance for apps that don't have them natively. I know of it, Nick, but I've not tried it because I actually, for that same purpose, I use Open Tablet Driver and a plugin that Cube created called Slimy Scylla. It's actually named in a similar sort of pattern, Lazy Nizumi, Slimy Scylla. So that I use it. It doesn't have UI feedback like Lazy Nizumi. And correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't Lazy Nizumi only work with Photoshop? I may have that wrong, but I thought that's how it worked. Let me quickly react to something in the Discord. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so that's my theory. And so now we're going to do some tests now. And we're trying. Now, the other thing is Tio tested. Yeah, this is my other comment. Tio tested a lot of pens, but I think they're mostly just 1 unit of each pen. And I have lots of pens, so I'm going to try to test multiple units if I can. Now, I usually expect UD-EMR pens to behave very similarly, but remember, we can see variation in pens. So some of what he may have seen may be just normal manufacturing variation. Some it could be that the specific pen made by Lamy is having a higher IAF or lower IAF. We don't know, right? And I don't even have that many of these other pens either, but we'll try to formulate some opinion, okay? That's what we're gonna do. So to do that, let me go and get all my equipment ready. I need to get the moving pad, a Samsung device, and a bunch of pens. So just give me a minute, and I'm going to collect some devices, okay? So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, and hey, where's my music? Oh, I must have turned it off. Let us get it playing again. I love that beginning. Okay, what do I got for you? I got a lot of S Pens. Number 1. Okay, including the S Pen Creator Edition, and there's an S Pen missing in my list here, but that's okay. Okay, so there's a bunch of S Pens. I have the scissors, which I'm gonna get rid of. I have, what is this one? Stettler Norris Digital. This is the thin one. This is Stettler Norris Digital Jumbo. I've got, and I love the look of this one. It really looks and feels like a pencil, honestly. Stettler Mars Lumograph Digital. Very pretty pen. I actually got it because it was pretty. Okay? So we have a lot of UDMR pens. A lot. Okay? And do I have another S Pen here? No. Oh yeah, sorry. We got more pens. I'll get some more pens. Hang on. Okay, Wacom 1 standard pen, CP923, 3 units. Wacom 1 pen, CP913, 3 units, right? And, of course, can't forget these. Let me just put everything in place for a second so it makes sense. We won't test every one of these. But I have a whole mess of Wacom Pro Pen 3s. Okay. Put this over here. Oh, I also forgot. We have the UDMR pen that came with the Asus. So I'll keep it next to my Stettler pens. Because it's just, it's not a Wacom brand. Okay. So we can start taking a look at things. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Hera wanted me, was it Hera? Yeah, wanted me to take a look at it on the Movink. And we'll take a look at the Movink pad too, but let's try with the Movink, okay? And now, how do I want to do this? Because, first is, I need to clear up some space, because I've got too many cables everywhere. And we'll see if we can detect a pattern that Tio found. Okay, we may or may not, right? It doesn't invalidate what he found because he's testing specific pens. The only advantage I have here is I have a lot of pens. Okay, just clearing up some cables so they're not in my way. This out of the way. And that's that. Okay, I think we're relatively good enough now. Let me just double check something real quick. Okay, things are looking okay. I may need to get a 4th Red Bull for this, or maybe some water. Okay, now I got him. I could test this with the Samsung device, but we want to make sure. Let's see. Nezumi is not only Photoshop; it works in CSP and other apps. Okay, yes, Movink and Samsung mostly, since those are the devices I currently own. I mostly want something to use my S25 Ultra to see if I can use it as a doodle device instead of a Movink pad. Okay, sure, happy to try that. Let me disconnect the Asus. Now you're not going to see anything because I'm not sharing the overhead view. Okay, it's going to freak out my Windows computer that I disconnected this. That's fine. And let's start with the moving. And Samsung. Okay, the Samsung is I have an S9 FE, and it's charging. So we're going to test the moving first here. And keep in mind, by the way, people, Tio's test was on the moving pad. Just want to make sure we're clear on this isn't exactly the same test he did. Maybe I'll do the moving pad once we get through this one. Okay, and even though I don't expect this to work, because I couldn't get it to work with this cable the last time, I'm going to see if I can get a signal into my moving from this. Let's see. This might work. It might not work. We'll see. Okay, let's try the other side. I just want to signal. I think I'm putting in the cable that I got with my cable tester. I just want to know if it does what I think it's going to do. Oh, I think it's going to work. Okay, so that's good. It actually delivers power and video. So I'm going to disconnect it. I'm going to tell the moving to connect it from the other side. It'll just be easier for my cable management that way. So give me a second. As I configure the input source is, come on, USB left. And this should actually work now. Okay, it's looking like it's working. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, and you know what? I'm gonna need some recharge for this one. So I'm gonna get my Red Bull, and I will get some water so that my dietitian doesn't scream at me. Okay? So give me a moment and I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Let's see, there's a few notes here. Let me just confirm. Move Ink and Samsung. Yeah, we're going to do that. Let me pick a random... Actually, you know what? I'm going to pick the Asus pen because that'll... it's different from all the other pens that I have. And I'm going to just open up the tablet tester. You'll see it in a second. Nothing quite yet to show you. Tablet tester I use because I can guarantee I know what it does, and you know what it does because the source code's published, and it's not complicated. The one thing with the tablet tester is the APIs to get strokes can make the strokes look a little more segmented. That's just the fault of the APIs. Number two, it's not really designed for drawing, it's designed for testing. So some strokes can just look ugly. That's because of the way I chose to draw things. It's not indicative of the tablet, right? So we'll try this first since we know what the tester does. Okay, so let's get the overhead view set up as well. I believe it's this. That's definitely the overhead view. Let's zoom out. And don't I have another view which is even better? Yeah, there we go. That way you can see what's happening. You don't have to rely on, you know, a very tiny image or a blurry image from the camera. You can actually see the screen cap. Okay. So, I don't have touch enabled, of course. Right? So, we're going to try, Hera, can I just ask you to comment, what do you want me to test? Just the IAF or the overall pressure? Just tell me and I'll do that. I'll give it a minute for a response because I just want to make sure I'm testing what you need me to test or the question you specifically want me to answer, okay? So if you can just reiterate that in the chat, as I crack open this Red Bull, I'll wait for your answer and then I'll start testing. This is what we do here. We keep people in chat happy by testing the things they want tested. In the meanwhile, I'll just start trying a few things. IAF, tilt, and mostly vibes. Okay, sure. Okay. Easy enough to do, Hera. Okay. I need to adjust this camera here. And it looks like I'm gonna have to move the camera a little bit because or move the tablet a little bit so you can see it better. I'm not expecting you to really pay attention to this. I just want to prove to you I'm actually doing this test with the tablet, okay? This is the Move Ink. Okay, so Hera says, thank you, Hera. IAF, tilt, and mostly vibes, like drawing feel, how it compares to Pro Pen 2 and Pro Pen 3. Okay, sure, I can get the Pro Pen 2 out here. Let's just start with the S Pens, right? And we'll just test all the S Pens real quick, right? And we're gonna look for IAF and exactly what... So, you notice I'm moving the cursor. Let me tell you something. I'm pressing down with the pen. Not super heavy, but my point is, obviously, to me, it has a higher IAF because I can feel the texture. I can feel myself press down with the pen. Now, admittedly, I'm not holding the pen up like this. I'm holding it at a 45-degree angle. But this is where a difference you'll see with the Pro Pen, okay? I can feel the glass, but nothing's getting drawn, okay? And we know for sure nothing's getting drawn because the pressure, you can see the number doesn't change. It's just 0. Right? It's just 0. It's why do you see two pressure numbers? There's also the raw pressure number and the process pressure number. There's no processing, so they're both 0. Okay? And we'll just test IAF for all these pens real quick. I can definitely feel the texture of the nib on the glass, and you know, you saw a draw. I had to push harder than you'd expect for that to happen. or that you'd want. Let me hit delete, okay? So that's 2 of them. Okay, that's 3 S Pens. This pen seems to have slightly lower IAF, this S Pen, but still higher than I'd expect from a Pro Pen 3. And S Pen number 6. Yeah, so I would say this is 5 of them have a relatively high IAF. I don't know, I'll guess 5 gram force. One of them may have been 4 gram force, or it could have been like 6 and 5 or something, but definitely not what you'd expect from a Pro Pen. I'm going to try the Stettler Norris's, okay? Real quick. These are Galaxy Tab S Pens. Yes, Hera, Galaxy Tab S Pens. These all came from a Galaxy Tab, except for this S Pen Creator Edition, which I just bought separately. Now I'm going to try the Stettler Norris's, just to see if it's any difference, okay? Okay, just testing IF. This falls into, again, higher IF than Pro Pen 2 for sure. Kind of maybe slightly lower than a couple of the S Pens. Stettler Norris Jumbo. This, you can see, was lower IF than I can tell you right now, it's a lower IF. Don't pay attention to the thick thinness of the strokes. That's not what you should look at. You got to go by feel here. This is a lower IF. In fact, it's not Pro Pen 3 level, I think, but it's lower than the other ones. Again, don't look at how thick the stroke is. That's not important. What matters is how hard I tell you I'm pressing down. Definitely lower IF, okay? And now the Stettler Mars Lumograph, this blue one, okay? It behaves like the other S Pens. The Lumograph, it has this red thing at the end. Is it an eraser? Yeah, it's an eraser. My tool actually shows it as, uses it as an eraser. That's wild. Yeah, see? That's the other end of it. Yes, so it does. The other ones do not have erasers. So what can we make of this? I would say overall, the S Pens and the Stettler Norris's actually behave very similar. They have a higher IAF than the Pro Pen 3. That specific unit, Hera, I mean, I do not think this is true for all jumbo, Stettler Norris jumbos. I think this specific unit is one of the ones that just has a lower IAF for some unknown reason. Okay, that's my theory. So I don't want to come out and say, oh, the jumbo ones have low IF. This specific unit has a lower IF, okay? Now, that was all the S Pens, okay? And let me put them in a bucket somewhere because I have so many. Now, let's try the Wacom 1 pen. It does feel nice to use, I'll tell you that. I mean, just the hand feeling. IAF for the CP913 pens, the Wacom 1 pens, the old Wacom 1 pens. That's number 1. That's number 2. That's number 3. All of these feel like an S Pen. One of them had a slightly lower IAF. Slightly lower, okay? So basically this is all 4 of these behave like an S Pen, okay? Which is what we expect because they're all UD-EMR pens, right? Okay, now let's try Wacom CP923. Again, don't pay attention to the stroke thickness. That's not what we're looking at. We're just taking a look at how sensitive I feel it. This is the first unit. This is the second unit. Third unit. All S Pen. level. One of them maybe felt a little bit lower IAF. Okay. CP923 pen. This is the Wacom. Yeah, the yellow jumbo is still doing the best, Hera. Yes, that's correct. That specific unit, right? Yeah, it's still doing the best. Okay, so let's put those here. So overall, the UD EMR pens are behaving consistently. We are seeing, you know, one or two pens that have a kind of a noticeable lower IAF. Now we're gonna try the Pro Pen 3s. Okay. Actually, let me try the Asus pen real quick. Behaves like an S pen, standard. Asus pen behaves just like an S pen. Okay, now let's try the Wacom Pro Pen 3. Whew, I got a lot of these. Remember, I have. Okay. Now, you can barely see something. I will say it's pretty obvious this has a lower IAF than any of the S Pens, okay? That's unit 1. Unit... Oh, this is a Huion pen. Okay, this is a PW600, no wonder. Okay. Another Pro Pen 3, unit number 2. Easily lower IAF, it's very obvious. Again, ignore stroke thickness, that's not what's important here. It's whether I see the pressure number go to 0 and it's leaving a mark, okay? And yeah, I definitely see the pressure. Okay. This is unit 3, yeah. Definitely low IF, unit 4. Lower IF, maybe just a little smidge higher IF than the other ones. Smidge. That's interesting here. Good detail. Tio's yellow jumbo also had a lower IF. Could there be something special about that jumbo one? We have to test multiple pens to make sure. Unit 5. Definitely lower IF. Unit 6. Definitely lower IF than the S pens. Unit 7. Definitely. Unit 8. Definitely. Unit 9. Definitely. And Unit 10. Definitely. All the Pro Pen 3s have very low IAF. Now, I'm sure the question Hera's going to want to know is, how does that jumbo, the Stellar Norse jumbo, compare to the Pro Pen 3? Okay. So I just tried a whole bunch of Pro Pen 3s. Just IF, we're talking about IF. I'm just switching back and forth, trying to. Can you guess which strokes are being made by the Pro Pen 3 versus the Stellar Norse? Now, the Pro Pen 3 does have a much better, has a clearly better IF, but this specific unit of the jumbo is doing pretty good. It is probably now worthy to talk about the strokes that are being made. So let me try to show you this if I can. Maybe I can find the evidence of it here. Okay, this is going to be hard to see. You need to look up here where it says sensors and pressure, and take a look at the pressure numbers. They're the same number, but I'm going to try to draw really light, and we're going to talk about the numbers. So here's light with the jumbo. Ready? You see how the numbers dance, right? It's kind of easy for me to get into 0.001. 0.00150, that, right? And it's a little thicker, right? In some ways, and you see a little bit of unsteadiness in the amount of pressure. Maybe a little bit of. Take a look at now the Pro Pen numbers. they hold steadier, which is interesting. At like 001, right? So at similar pressures, physical pressures, the jumbo is reporting a higher pressure number, right? That's why the strokes are thicker, right? It doesn't mean the IF is worse. It just means it's sending a higher pressure level back, okay? Like it's easy for me to keep the number less than 0.002 with the Pro Pen. With the Stettler Jumbo, it's like I can pretty easily keep it below 0.02 instead of 0.002, okay? So that's another effect of these UDMR pens. They report a higher pressure level number. They may have the same IF, they're just reporting higher numbers, okay? So that's just a consequence of. Is it the pen? I think it's partly the pen. I think it's partly also how these things are processed on this device. That's why we gotta test with the Samsung, right? We gotta test with the Samsung. Okay. Now, Hera, I think you wanted me to test the Pro Pen 2 also. So we're gonna do that in just a second. Let me put these back in the stand here. Pro Pen 3 on a phone would be nice. That is a good point. Okay, put these over here. And give me a second. I'm gonna get the Pro Pen 2 collection. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back now with 6 different Pro Pen 2 models, and we'll just talk about them. I'm expecting a similar behavior as the Pro Pen 3, but we'll confirm it. Interesting, you saw something different here, right? Look how thick that stroke is. Surprising. Again, the IF is low. It's returning higher numbers though. Is it this unit or not? Who knows? That was one unit. Let's test unit number 2. Same thing. Very low IF, but returning a bigger number, a pressure level. You can see I'm trying to draw really thin, right? With really low pressure. That's unit number 3. Again, low IF, but returning higher numbers. It feels as good as the Pro Pen 3, just returning higher numbers. All right? That's why we're seeing the thicker lines. Yeah, IF is low, but returning thicker lines. Higher pressure levels. And unit number 6, same thing. So let's just pick unit number 6 here, Pro Pen 2, and one of the random Pro Pen 3s, and I'll just show you. Pro Pen 2 is on top, light pressure. Okay? Pro Pen 3 below it. Right? So they both have low IF, but one's returning a higher pressure number, right? So that's a distinction that's very important. So I think, Hera, I may get another jumbo just to see if I can detect a pattern here with the Norris Jumbo digital jumbo, whatever it's called. Could be that's a better pen. Okay, could be. TO found that, but you can see I didn't find the same differences TO had about IAF, right? I didn't find this difference between some of these UDMR pens, not consistently, right? Yeah, the Jumbo was definitely had a lower IAF. That unit did, but in general, the S pens and the CP913 and the CP923 all have a higher IAF, right? Okay, so that's that for that test. And did I leave out any pens to test? I don't think so. We tried everything. Oops, I'm putting this in the wrong place. Where am I putting? Oh, that's to the right. Okay. Now I believe you want me to test a Samsung device, and I gotta figure out how to do this so that I can share the screen also. So let's see what I can do here. I can't share the screen exactly the same way, so I'm gonna have to talk about it. Give me a second. Let me go get my S9 FE. Okay, I am back, and I've got the Samsung. It's just rebooting, so give me a minute, and I'll log in. This is the Samsung 9 FE, and we're just going to do this test, just like we did. Now, I can't show you the screen, because this doesn't have any output, and I don't have my equipment set up to record these kind of devices. Maybe I'll fix that later. Okay, so what do I want to do here? I want to go to the same app, don't I? Okay, let's find Chrome and get there. Chrome. What do I want? I want my docs. Oh, there, tablet tester's already in here. Camera video is fine? Okay, that's good. So I'll talk you through what I see. And let me change the, let me disconnect the Move Ink for a second so I'm not distracted by it. And let's adjust, this is the thing. Okay, so it's hard for me to read. You're just gonna have to trust me when I tell you what it feels like. Where are my pens? Okay, so we're gonna take a look at the S Pens, where the hell they are. Oh, here they are. Okay. So, testing IAF with these S Pens. Okay. In my opinion, I am pressing pretty lightly and I'm seeing it draw. I'm going to plug that Move Ink back in because we got to talk about this. We got to talk about this. This is a little strange. Okay. So I'm going to zoom out. Hopefully this will work the way I think it's going to work. Just so you can understand what's going on. I know you can't see it clearly. Come on, man. I'm waiting for Windows to understand what to do with this thing. Come on, you got it. It was working just a second ago too. The funniest thing. So let's see if it's picking it up. I'll try it again. It detected it. It did. Okay, let's see. I heard a beep, so I think it's going to recognize. Okay, there we go. So let's go through the S Pens. I'm going to draw, and I'm going to compare Samsung to Movink, okay, on IAF for these pens, because I'm seeing something a little weird, but something I think I mentioned. Okay. So I'm going to draw a stroke with each pen one by one on the Samsung on top and the Movink on the bottom. Okay? Light strokes. Forget the thickness. The question is a stroke being drawn? Okay. S Pen number 1. Same pen. This is very important what I'm about to say. The IAF is lower on the Samsung than it is on the Movink. Same pen. I have to press down harder on the Movink to get this to draw. I have to press down a little bit. Not much, in fact. In fact, the pressure is better. Pressure's better on the Samsung than on the Movink. Same pen. S Pen number 2. Let's clear this and clear this. Same thing. I had to press down less hard on the Samsung than the Movink. I'm not saying it's a low IAF, but it's much lower than you think. It's not Pro Pen 3, but it's lower than you think. S Pen number 3. Aren't you glad I do these kind of tests with multiple pens? This is the Creator Edition. Okay, I'm going to tell you something that's going to shock you. Yeah, I wouldn't call this Pro Pen 3 level, but you'll be surprised how lightly I'm pressing. You will be real surprised how lightly I'm pressing. In fact, this is the S Pen Creator Edition, and I'm pressing down even less than I was with the other S Pens. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty low if I had to guess, I'd say it was around 3. Okay? Now, what happened to the Movink? Oh, you know what? I'm showing you such a silly... Let's do this. There we go. What happens to the Movink? Let me reduce the brightness of the Movink so this makes a little more sense for everyone. Okay. Otherwise, it'll look very strange on camera. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so S Pen Creator Edition felt pretty darn good. I told... That's right, there's a little bit of nerfing going on, I think, right? Okay, S Pen number 4. On Samsung S9 FE. Again, it's... I'm pressing down at some level. I definitely have to press down harder to get it here on the Movink. Again, it's not that this is super low IF, but it is definitely lower on the Samsung. That's 4 S Pens. Now let's take a look at the 5th S Pen. Okay. Same story. I'm having to press down an irritating amount to get the stroke to draw here. Here, I don't have to stress for it. It's not it's not like a Pro Pen, but I'm not having to. I don't feel like I'm really trying too hard. Does that make sense? Okay, that's 5 different S Pens I've tested with that same behavior. Okay. So now we're collecting evidence here. my friends. We're collecting evidence. Okay? Remember that these UD-EMR pens have the same implementation. So like, I think Wacom devices do something funny when it detects a UD-EMR pen is used. Now this is the Stettler Mars Lumograph. Same story, man. Same story. Again, disregard the thickness of the stroke. That doesn't matter. You can fix all that with a pressure curve. But the IAF is lower. It is easily lower on the Samsung. This is now the 7th pen that has this behavior. Or the 7th test that shows the same exact behavior. Okay, this is the Stettler Norris, whatever the hell this is called. Not the Jumbo. Easily making strokes. I'm having to press harder here. Probably with this pen. No, it's obvious. This pen seems to have a little bit of a lower IF in both cases, but it's still lower still in the Samsung than the moving. So this is the 8th pen that exhibits the behavior, or 9th or something. So I think this is the 9th. Asus pen, same behavior, same exact behavior. And the Stettler Norris Jumbo. Now this is the 7th pen, 7 pens, yes. Now the Jumbo is gonna be interesting, right? Because we saw, it felt like it had a really low IF. Okay. Again, we're not worried about the thickness of the stroke. I just don't have to press very hard. In both cases, it has a lower IF than the other pens. I'm trying to figure out a theory why this is showing up this way. I think I know. I think I have an operating theory why the Stettler Norris has an apparently lower IAF. Ow, sorry. Here's my theory. First of all, there may be some variance in the hardware. But I remember what I said earlier. I think when Wacom, on these Wacom tablets, when it senses a UD-EMR pen, it doesn't really know the physical pressure range, right? No, the heavierness isn't the thing. I think this unit over-reports the over-reports the pressure level. That's why the strokes are so thick. It's like, instead of giving you numbers like 1%, it's giving you numbers like 20%. Okay? Or whatever. Now, what would the nerfing function be on the Movic? It would be, ignore, zero out the first, 500 pressure levels. But if you're already reporting a pressure level at 500, that doesn't have an effect. You're getting thick. You see what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. Right? Like the nerfing is not working on this pen because this pen is over-reporting. It's giving you higher numbers of pressure. Right? And that's why something's odd with this pen. It could be true for all Jumbo. Could be. Don't know. Okay. So far we've established we have more pens to test. UD-EMR pens. We have the CP913 pens. Okay. Ooh-wee. You would be surprised how little I'm pressing down to make these strokes, how little force I'm exerting. It's drawing tiny lines just by the weight of the pen. Okay, this feels really good to draw with. What about this thing? I'm scratching and I'm making a little dot here and there, but it's not working the same way. Works much better with the Samsung. The reason the weight doesn't count, Hera, is that it's the way I'm holding it. I'm not letting the weight go down on it. I'm actually pulling the pen away from the tablet. If that makes sense. So I'm trying to draw a light stroke. Same thing with the second unit of CP913. So little force required to draw. Feels great, actually. Feels great. Okay? Fourth unit of CP91. Oh, sorry, I didn't test this one again. Hang on. Having to press down a lot harder to get a stroke. Okay? Fourth unit of CP913. Very little force required. Lots more force required. Okay? So CP913 works great on the Samsung. On the Move Ink has a higher IAF. CP923. Thicker strokes, which make me think it's reporting higher pressure levels. But the IAF is pretty low. Not as low as the last CP913 I tried. Or the CP913 models I had. Oops, sorry. Let's test on... I'll test that, Hera. Whether CP913... I think that's true. I'll test it. Let me conclude this one. This CP923... I have to press a little harder. Not quite as hard as I was expecting. Right? This CP923, very sensitive, having to press, more like an S Pen. And then this CP91, thick strokes, very little pressure. I have to press a little harder, not quite as hard as the S Pens, right? Okay, so we did every UD-EMR pen I have. Conclusion. They're much more sensitive on the Samsung than on the Move Ink. Okay, now let's answer Harry's question. CP913 better than Stettler? Okay, good question. Good question. I'm glad we did this today because, you know, what I'm realizing is I developed a new theory about why pens behave the way they do and why I was seeing weird pressure artifacts with some of the new Wacom 1 pen tablets. So Harry's question is, does CP913 feel better on Samsung than Stettler? Let's find out. Here are my 3 Stettler pens. Let me move my S Pens out of the way real quick. Sorry, I know you're not seeing what I'm doing exactly, but I'm just moving pens. Okay, let's answer Harry's question. So I'll do this is the jumbo first. And then on the Move Ink. Just to give me a feeling of it. Oh, sorry, you want I don't need to test the Move Ink for this one. You just want it on the Samsung. And the other Stettler, not the jumbo. Okay, so how does that feel to me compared to CP913? Let me just hold 2 of them together. Yeah, I would say the CP913 had a lower IEF easily on the Samsung. Feels better to draw with than the Stettlers. Than any of the Stettlers. What about the jumbo? Yeah. Also, the jumbo's over-reporting pressure, so you're getting these thick-ass lines. Yeah, the 913 it's even lower IEF than the jumbo, right? And the final Stettler. Yeah, CP913 I'm sensing, and I think all of them are this way actually. I'm trying all of them. They all draw at very low pressure. Okay. Does it answer your question, Hera? Did we complete our testing for you? Did we get? The other thing is, you notice the way pressure is reported on the Samsung. The CP913 is producing better strokes. Okay. And I'm going to test the CP923. ugh, it's over-reporting pressure, which is, but it's still more sensitive. I do think the CP913 just works better than the CP923. Yeah, CP913 is the GOAT right now for Samsung products. I mean, I used to say that, and I used to believe that. I believe it 10 times more now. Get the CP913 if you're using a Samsung device, right? Get it, okay? Now, we're gonna test real quick. We're gonna test the Asus products, and we're gonna find out if the same little story is true. Will I get a better drawing experience using the what do you call it? The Asus that ProArt pen display I bought. Okay, where is it? Hey, we'll do the moving quick too. How's that? Before I get to the Asus. I'm gonna try the moving pad. How's that? Let's just see they're doing the same nerfing. I'm so happy we did this test because again, when I started thinking this way, I was like, I didn't have my theories straight. I didn't have my knowledge or my measurements, and like, so I felt like I didn't have the full story, but now I'm developing a better story in my head. This is the moving, okay? So I'm just gonna test Android for Android, right? Let's deal with my favorite pen right now, the one I'm in love with, the CP913. Okay, feels good here, feels real good here. Surprisingly, it works well on the moving. Light pressure, light pressure. Let me make sure we get all of them here. Interesting. It works better, it works well on the moving too. How about the Samsung S Pens? They work good on the Samsung, and will they work good on the moving? This S Pen, it worked about as well as on the Samsung. Yeah, similarly. Similarly, S Pen Creator works pretty well on both. None of these I think are quite as good as the CP913. Okay. So we have a new theory. We have a new observation. We need to develop a new theory. We saw that the S Pens, all the UDEMR pens, work better on the Samsung than on the moving. But we're finding they behave the same, meaning good, on the moving pad compared to the Samsung. What's the theory explaining this? And here's my theory. It goes back to the source of the nerfing. Let's try this on for size. Tell me if this makes sense to you, my dear audience. The nerfing of the moving of the pens on the moving. Where's it happening at? Could be happening in the tablet firmware. The moving firmware. It could be happening in the driver. These two, though, are Android. This moving pad doesn't let Wacom have a driver. It's an Android device. You can't install these drivers. Yeah, Rain, I think you got it. This gives me the idea that maybe the fact that either the Wacom drivers, you can't install a driver on these Android devices. They don't have the driver ability to affect the pen, right? With Android Dex, yeah, I'll try that, right, Hera? The other reason is maybe they don't have the same firmware control. I mean, as far as I know, who's building the Android devices? Wacom can control the firmware of the Movinks. Can it control the same about an Android device? So those two options for nerfing may not be available for them. Okay? Now before we try, is everyone following what I'm saying? That is a theory about why I'm getting better behavior for pressure with the S Pen, with CP913, with the Samsung, the moving pad, but not the Movink. Because Wacom has two potential nerfing options in the Movink, right? Driver and firmware. That's my theory. That's my theory. Okay, now, and before I continue, I just want to just talk about this because like it sounds like I'm just going to rip on Wacom all the time when I say this. They have consumer tablets and they have pro tablets, and they have to have some way of distinguishing the two, okay? And you pay for more features with the pro tablets. It makes sense that their pro tablets behave better in every way, okay? They want you to get a pro tablet, and they want to give you a taste of, you know, how it works with these consumer tablets. So I don't blame them for this exactly. I wish they could do it a slightly different way. I'd like them to remove some of this nerfing, which I believe there is nerfing. Before we get to the DeX thing, I want to try another test, Tara. And that is, remember I said there are two nerfing opportunities, firmware and driver. Well, guess what? I've got a driver that isn't Wacom running on one of these machines, which is that Mac, right? And we're gonna see if the Movink with the MacBook using Open Tablet Driver has the same problem. How's that? Is this it? No, this is the Pro Art. Sorry. I need. Yeah, Rain, that's a good point, right? Maybe they were like a little afraid of this, which makes, you know, honestly, it makes the Movink an even better deal because you're not just getting a Samsung tablet, right? You're getting one that, it makes it a better deal because you're getting that full performance of the pen, right? You're getting the full performance. It's not nerfed. I guess they can't nerf it. I hope they can't nerf it. Okay, now is the driver doing the nerfing on the Movink? That's the question we're going to try to answer here. Or is it the tablet firmware? This is truly Pressuregate, isn't it? Is it not? The most entertaining investigative reporting you've seen on tablets this year. This is my last Red Bull. I've had 4 Red Bulls in the space of 3 or 4 hours. Actually, how long have I been streaming? 4 hours and 41 minutes. Doesn't seem that long, to be quite honest. But as long as you are all happy and we're having fun, that's what it's all about. Okay. Okay. So OTD is still running, I believe. So I'm going to disconnect. Make sure I'm disconnecting the right things, okay? I'm going to disconnect this. And unfortunately, I don't have the, I can't show you the screen, but you can see the camera when I have it set up here. And connect it here. This should deliver everything I need with the Movink. Okay. What a great... Hang on a second. I need some more energy. Let me take a quick peek at something. Okay. This is it. Is it the right thing here? Let me just move my pen here. Am I on my Mac? Is that correct? Or am I plugged into I plugged in the wrong cable. I'm on my Windows computer. I wanted, yeah, this is the cable I wanted. Okay. This should work. This should work. So happy. Harriet, your question has spawned this amazing spontaneous research, right? So I'm super happy about it. Okay, now the question is, first of all, just how good is the CP913 on the Movink with OTD? The mapping is wrong, so that's the first thing I gotta fix. Absolute mode, right? And I think OTD is a little confused. Okay, so I'm gonna close it, if that's what happened. Open tablet driver, let's start it up again. It's drawing on the wrong screen is the issue. Okay. How do I get this to work? Does anyone know how to stop Open Tablet Driver on the Mac? Like, how do you stop a process? I'm not sure how to stop it. I think it's confused. It may be confused because it's what's the right word? It's running. Okay, I'm gonna have to research this. How do you kill a process on a Mac? Or I want to do like Task Manager. I know how to do it in Windows. What is system settings? Yeah, it's like OTD is confused. It thinks I have one monitor, so it's not detecting the display of this thing. I think it is detecting, but it's not doing what you'd think I should be doing here. Okay, why isn't that doing it? Quit. Okay, I see it. So I didn't have to kill it. It actually has a quit on the menu option. Okay, I'm restarting it. Oh, now it sees both monitors. Fantastic. Now, where's this thing mapped to? It's mapped to the wrong place. And I want to map. It's actually a little confused, to be quite honest. Sorry, I need to get this pointing to the right place, otherwise it's going to drive me crazy. I've got an idea. I'm going to close this and then see if I can. I thought this was going to stay up. Guess not. Okay, I have another plan. Sorry, it's a little confusing. I know you can't see what I'm doing. That I'm trying to figure out how to show you the right things here. But I think I have another plan. I'm going to quit. I'm going to tell Mac to duplicate the displays. That should take care of every problem. So Wacom. So built-in display is going to mirror the Wacom. Great. So now they're both in the right aspect ratio. Now I start Open Tablet Driver. And okay, it's working, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's get dangerous. Let's get dangerous is the motto or battle cry of a cartoon character called Darkwing Duck. Okay, here's my. I had to press down hard. Have to press down hard. Have to press down hard, or harder than I expected. It wasn't like with the Samsung where I was just lightly touching. So what has this taught me? The nerfing is not in the driver because I'm using Open Tablet Driver, which doesn't do any nerfing at all. The nerfing, therefore, my conclusion is the nerfing must be part of the firmware of the digitizer in the tablet. And either deliberately or for other reasons, that nerf, whatever the reason, we don't know, the nerfing is not present in the Movink pad. Okay? Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. Now, Sarah wanted me to try something. Let's just make sure what it was. If Android Dex feels different with the Move Ink, we could say... You still want me to do this Dex, or do we answer the question, Hera? Let me know. Let me know. While I'm waiting for that answer, I just want to check up and see if we covered all the topics I meant to. We covered a lot of topics today. A lot of topics. Okay, I think we answered all the questions. So, with the Move Ink, you're not going to get the great experience of low IAF that you will with the Samsung or the Move Ink Pad, okay? So, good reason that we're getting a nicer experience with Android. And I hope we can come to some... What I'd like to see is this, just to keep it out there. Wacom needs to differentiate their product lines, consumer and pro. And so it's fair to, I guess, have some level of nerfing. Here's what I propose. The Pro pens are less than 1 gram force. On a consumer tablet, they can aim for maybe the 3 gram force for their consumer pens, okay? Instead of 5 or 6 or whatever, right? Oh, I see. That was just an alternative testing. Got it. Thank you. It's difficult because remember, the pens don't, even though the pens are, they're experiencing physical force, the computer and the pen don't know the exact, they're not calibrated to know the exact physical force. So the pen doesn't know you're pressing down with 3 or 5 gram force. So it's impossible for the pen or the firmware or the tablet or the computer or the driver to tell the pen, oh, your IAF should be 3 gram force. They don't know where 3 gram force is, right? They can just say, well, ignore some pressure levels, and but they don't know what this correspond to, right? The only way you can maybe do that is have very consistent IAF with your consumer pens, and then say ignore the first, I don't know, N pressure levels, and that gives you a somewhat predictable IAF, right? So it's a tough one. Maybe a better thing would be give up this IAF issue with the consumer pens for Wacom, and then they add more features to the Pro pen, right? Like they already have for the CP913 just one button, and I'm okay. Maybe that's okay, right? No erasers, sure. No barrel rotation. Maybe the pens feel cheaper, which they do, right? The UD EMR pens. But I think you got to deliver a better IAF experience, right? And they're doing the nerfing in a weird way. Now, Huion and XP Pen, they don't do any of that nerfing because they don't need to, right? I think it would just confuse people if they did, and it would be a bad experience. Okay, let me just take a look at the chat. If there's anything else people wanted me to talk about. Again, wow, we went on for, I've gone on for almost 5 hours, which is crazy. Let me double check, and okay, I think we're good. I think we've had a good, fun, long stream, and I'm kind of worn out right now, to be quite honest. But I'll be streaming again soon, maybe even tomorrow, depending on what I have planned. There are a few topics we didn't cover. I wanted to talk about, let's find it here, the Magma updates for September and August, and maybe explore the Rebel performance improvements. And I also want to talk about cable adapters and extenders, right? So kind of like a random collection of things. So maybe I'll just do that tomorrow when things are quiet for people, okay? Everyone, it's been a fun stream. I learned a lot, and we got a good experiment going. We collected some data, and I'll try to summarize it quickly before I leave, and I'll write it down. And again, I think what it is in general, the UDMR pens do just have higher IF. We also, then the Pro pens. We also, I think we've established, sometimes they have very lower IEF. There's a question about the jumbo, the Norris Digital Jumbo, whether that's a predictable thing or not. And then the third thing we discovered is that depending on which device you're using, UDMR pens will have a lower IAF, right? We saw that on the Samsung. We saw that on the Wacom MoveInk pad. And we saw on the MoveInk and other Wacom devices, the IAF of UDMR pens is a bit nerfed. And we have a theory now about the nature of the nerfing and why. So our theory explains how the nerfing might be happening, why the nerfing produces thick strokes when you're pressing, right? It's very interesting, okay? Well, Hera and Voidouts, thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. Again, super fun stream, and I learned a lot. I hope you feel the same way. And everyone, have a good day tonight. I'll be back streaming soon, okay? Bye. And let's end the stream. I don't even know how to end the stream. Okay, I'll have to do it another way. Hang on a second. Ending. Here we go. Goodbye, everyone.